If you want to. Yeah.
Whoa, suddenly, I feel like taking a PJ. Lot of the on a weekday. He hits the BJ. Like half of a million inside of my briefcase. A couple of free play. And they don't speak English. But the money is something that they can complete day. And I got friends like I'm Green Day. I come around and their heads turn. Used to like for half time. Like natural, actual, fashion, natural shit. Bougie still do ratchet. Not a fantastic club. Before I reach the ratchet shit.
Check. 1 2 1 2. Test. 3 2 1. Let me turn down the crowd mic. There we go. Check. 1 2 1 2. I think that's it. Test. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check. Is that it? Okay. Yeah, it's about what it is because
last time we recorded, Keith had the audio. Which was fine, it wouldn't bother us. What? No, I had the crowd mic turned down.
All right, let me do it again. Okay, there we go. Check. Test. 1 2 1 2. Check. Test. Check. I got the crowd mic off completely.
Quiet for a minute. Let me do it again. Okay, there we go. Check. It's hard to tell where it's coming from, that or this. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good.
I'll set up anywhere.
The settings up there? Everything's good.
Okay, there we go. We'll probably just go check.
I don't know what the deal is here.
Check.
Let's set up the computer stats.
You know much about iPhones?
A little bit more.
Okay, let me ask you a question. See if you know what's going on here. I'm hooked into my hotspot through my iPhone, but it says iPhone 2. iPhone down here connected.
Did you get a new phone?
No.
That's weird.
I know, it's the first time it's ever done that.
I have no idea.
I seem to have internet. I mean, I went onto Facebook and posted.
We're working, so.
Yeah, alright. Thanks.
If it doesn't work, let me know. I got a hotspot I can bring over.
Alright.
block. Handoff off the left-hand side to Beecham. Beecham cuts inside a block. He's going to take it up to the 49-yard line, be thrown forward across midfield, and they're going to put him right at midfield. Gain of 4 on the play for Beecham. One score out of the Heartland Conference. Hanover leading Defiance. 8:38 left to go in the first quarter. 7-0. Anderson and Franklin scoreless. 7 minutes left to go in the first quarter, and 8 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Rose and Bluffton are scoreless also. Beecham, 5 carries, make it 6 carries so far in the ball game. 44 yards rushing. Third down. And 6 yards to go for a Lion first down right at midfield. Beecham in the backfield with Tomlin off his left hip. Cooper Earls out wide to the left. Tomlin steps up into the pocket. He's got a receiver. That is Pankey. It's complete. No, make it Murphy. And Murphy's got it at the 15-yard line. Big 35-yard reception to Nick Murphy up to the 15-yard line. They're going to mark him down, I guess, make it at the 16-yard line. So a 34-yard completion from Chayton Tomlin to Nick Murphy, and the Lions have it 1st and 10 in Manchester territory at the 16-yard line. We've talked about the miscommunication. Well, that time they had it between Murph and Tomlin. Tomlin's going to throw it out in the left flat, complete to Brock. Brock at the 10, to the 5, and he's going to be pushed out of bounds inside the 5-yard line at the 2-yard line. 14 yards on the completion, and the Lions have it 1st and goal inside the Manchester 5-yard line down to the 2. Beecham's going to line up in the backfield. Remember, Tomlin 2 touchdown passes away, 1 from tying the unofficial Heartland Conference record and 2 from breaking it, which is held by Chase Burton of Franklin. Tomlin, handoff to Beecham. Beecham around the right side. He's got the crease, and he goes in for the score. Beecham, a 2-yard touchdown run for the Lions, and with 12:34 left to go in this first half of action, the Lions have jumped out on top of it by the score of 6-0, and coming in to attempt the extra point will be Spencer Dufresne. Dufresne, 21 of 23 this year on extra point attempts. Boy, that's set up by a nice 34-yard reception to Nick Murphy, and Beecham put the exclamation point on it. Dufresne puts the extra point up and good. 12:34 remaining from Manchester in this first half. The Lions now lead it 7-0. Chico Ward gets the kickoff and from Ryan Murray, and he takes it across the 20 out to the 25 before he is stacked up and brought down on the play by Peyton Williams. And it'll be a first down and for Manchester. And they're going to spot him out near the 28-yard line. So that's where Manchester will start it out. 1st and 10 from their own 28-yard line. 12:25, nice run by Cornell Beecham. Beecham taking it into the end zone. And the Lions lead it 7-0. And up the middle goes Henderson. And Henderson finds another crease. And he's going to be brought down on the play by Peyton Lugers across the 35 out to the 38-yard line. Gain of 8 on the carry for Henderson. Dustin Loudermilk also in on the tackle with 12 minutes to go in this first half. Peyton Williams out of the ball game right now. Peyton Lugers is playing the free safety position. Gavin Edmondson into the ball game also. Noah Abel and Troy Speakman are the other defensive backs. A short yard to go on that after that 9-yard gain. Moving in motion is Lathrop to the near side. Fake handoff, and Roberts is going to throw it out in the flat, complete to Peterson, and Peterson has got the first down across the 40 out to the 45-yard line. 6 on the reception, and it's a first down for Manchester. Tyler Hopperton said this Spartans football club has got a lot better athletes than they've had in the past, and they're showing it so far in this ball game. It's 7-0. One of the keys to the ball game we said earlier was that the Lions needed to start out early. Well, they have not done that, and Manchester has managed to control the football here. Now they've got an empty backfield, shotgun, 5 receivers out wide. Moving in motion, Henderson, fake handoff, and the snap was high. Roberts finally came down with it, and he's going to be hit behind the line for a 4-yard loss. Tackle made by David Guck. Guck gotten in there along with Nate Stone for the Lions. And it will bring up 2nd down, 14 yards to go. Lions have forced a couple of fumbles here today. We said Roberts coming in, had fumbled the football 4 times. He's done it twice here, although that wasn't his fault. That was a high snap, but he managed to corral it in and was lost 4 yards. Fake handoff. Now Roberts is going to throw it sidearm out to the left-hand side, and it is incomplete. He slung that ball sidearm. Nate Jensen screaming for a flag.
Brings up 3rd down and 13.
Tried to get it out on the left-hand side to Lathrop, and he was run into by Gavin Edmondson, but both of them are going for the football, and it brings up 3rd down, 14 yards to go. Ball resting at the 42-yard line in Manchester territory. 10:22 left to go. Manchester huddling up, taking a long time inside the huddle on 3rd and 14. Coming out wide to the left is Greer. Wide right is Brian Antoine. Dropping back Roberts. Roberts, good protection, throws it over the middle to Greer, and he let it get into his solar plexus, and it bounced right off his shoulder pads and incomplete. Let it get in too far. He had a lot of green, too. Greer may have picked up the first down if he'd have brought that one in, but he didn't. 4th down, 14 yards to go, and it's punting time for Manchester. And coming in to punt it away will be Andrew Kibler. 15 punts this year, 35 yards per kick average. Dropping back Speakman. Speakman does not have a return for a touchdown yet this year. He is overdue. Good snap. Kibler is going to kick it away rugby style, and Speakman is going to fair catch it at the 30-yard line. 28 yards net on the kick, and we've got a timeout on the field. 10:10 to go. Mount leads at 7-0. Lions going from right to left across your screen. Tomlin throws it out into the flat, complete to Pankey at the 35 to the 40, takes it up the far side. He's got a first down and is run out of bounds at the 42-yard line. 12 yards on the completion and a first down for the Lions. Tomlin now 7 for 12 passing for 91 yards in the ball game. 9:56 and running left to go in this first half of action. Kinhalt comes out wide to the right-hand side. Nick Murphy check out wide to the left-hand side. Murph is slot left, throw out into the flat, complete to Pankey. Again, same play at the 45, and he's going to be tripped up and brought down near the 48-yard line. Gain of 6 on that reception. Manchester did a better job of defending at that time. Kinhalt will come out of the ball game, and Cooper Earls is going to check in for the Lions on 2nd down and 4 yards to go. Earls is going to come out wide to the left-hand side, which is the near side now. Beecham will line up in the backfield, right behind Tomlin out of the pistol formation. Paul Miner will line up tight end right. And the handoff goes to Beecham, and Beecham's going to be hit and dropped for a 2-yard loss. He was immediately met and shook hands, basically, with Nick Tillman. Tillman hit him from Lawrenceburg, Indiana. And down for the Lions is one of the offensive linemen. One of the offensive linemen for the Lions is down. That looks like it might be Isaiah Trimble, and he is holding on to his left hand. So it'll bring up 3rd down and 7 yards to go for the Lions. Ball is going to be spotted back to the 46-yard line. 8:56 remaining, and while we've got an injury timeout, we'll take one also. Your score with 8:56 left to go in the first half. Mount 7 and the Spartans nothing. Bring in Jarvis Langham and move Jake Kaiser out to the left tackle position. So on 3rd down, 7 yards to go, the Lions have a makeshift offensive line. They're going to move Pankey in motion to the near side, dropping back Tomlin. Tomlin is going to be hit as he throws, and there's going to be a flag thrown in the middle of all that. And I think you're going to see a hold called against the Lions. Lions offensive line is screaming that they don't think they held, but we'll see what the call is going to be now with 8:45 remaining. And they're going to wave off the flag. After discussing it, they've decided whatever they threw the flag for was not a flag. So Max Suchomsky will come in and punt the football away. So on 4th down, 7 yards to go, 8:45 remaining. Lions lead at 7-0, and Suchomsky will kick it away from the his own 46-yard line. Dropping back to return this one is Lathrop. Good snap. Suchomsky's going to kick it away, and it is a long spiral that'll hit at the 20, take a high bounce, and it'll go out of bounds inside the 15. They will knock it out and spot it at the 14-yard line. That is going to be an outstanding 39-yard punt by Suchomsky. Well, a nice punt. Pins Manchester back inside their own 15 at the 14-yard line with 8:36 remaining. 7-0. Lions with the lead. Roberts, hand off to Henderson. Henderson is going to be hit right at the 15 and dropped after a yard gain. Peyton Williams back into the ball game. He headlined that tackle along with David Guck. Boy, we called Guck's number 62 a lot today.
Gain of 1 on the play, brings up 2nd down and 9.
Also into the mix is Nick Brokering. He's been doing a lot of... He's been taking on 2 tacklers or 2 offensive linemen, and that leaves everything open for Kandra. Williams coming in from his safety position. Moving over to the left-hand side is Gavin Brennan now along that defensive line on 2nd down and about 9 yards to go. Fake handoff. Roberts throws out into the right flat, and it is complete to Greer. His first catch of the day. Brought down immediately by Speakman, but Greer almost broke that tackle. Spins forward, and they're going to give him out to the 25-yard line, and that'll be a first down. That'll be enough for a first down.
And that is enough for Manchester University.
So a kind spot out to the 25.
First down and 10.
And it brings up a first down for Manchester. 1st and 10 with 7:33 remaining to go in this first half. Lions lead at 7-0. Antoine comes out wide to the right-hand side. Greer slot right. Handoff up the middle goes to Henderson. Henderson's going to be hit and dropped. Sean Sullivan, Nate Stone, and along with another host of tacklers for the Lions. Gavin Brennan in on that tackle. They're going to drop him back at the 25-yard line. No gain, 2nd and 10. Lions are really keying on the run between the tackles, as we said coming in. 61% of the times that Manchester has run the football, it's been either counter or power in between the tackles. Henderson with the ball in the center of the field. 6:45 and running left to go. Moving in motion to the far side is Ward. Now Roberts is going to throw it out to the right side, and he threw it way over the head of Antoine and incomplete. Boy, the wind really kicking up. Now 6:38 remaining in the first half. And it brings up 3rd down, 10 yards to go from the 25 of Manchester. Look for the Lions to do some blitzing here where they've got Stone and Sullivan in the ball game. Guck along with Kandra. Brokering on that defensive line. Receivers out wide on both sides. Moving in motion is Lathrop. He's going to line up in the backfield. Fake handoff. Roberts drops back. Heavy rush. He's going to throw it in the middle of the field. Complete to Henderson. He's going to be dropped right at the 26. Good job by the Lions. Nate Stone in there to really guck things up along with Sean Sullivan. Just a yard gain on the completion. Brings up 4th down, 9 yards to go, and the Lions have forced Manchester into a punting situation. Coming in to punt the football away is Andrew Kibler. Came in averaging 35 yards a kick, and Speakman is going to drop back near midfield to take this punt in. Kibler, again, sidewinds it, right-handed, and he squibs it off the right side, and it's going to hit and be downed at the 35-yard line. That's going to be just a 9-yard punt. And now Manchester is going to be reeling here defensively as the Lions are going to take the football over for their best field position of the afternoon at the Manchester 35-yard line. Kibler tried to rugby style it, and he just shanked it off the right side of his foot. Franklin leading Anderson 14-0 in the second quarter of play. Hanover up over Defiance 14-0 also. And Rose and Bluffton in the second quarter, no score. Here it's 7-0. Tomlin moving from right to left. Fake handoff. Throws it out to the left flat. Complete to Kinhall. Kinhall to the 30, to the 25-20. Broken tackle, and he's going to be knocked out of bounds inside the 20. And they're going to finally spot him down at the 17-yard line. That'll be a 17-yard completion for Chayton Tomlin. And it's 1st and 10 for the Lions at the 17 in the red zone of Manchester. 5:33 and running. Nick Murphy comes into the ball game from the sideline, comes out wide to the near side. Austin Brock slot left. Trevor Tomey into the ball game now, off to the left-hand side of Tomlin. Tomlin steps up into the pocket. He's going to throw it over the middle, complete to Beecham, snatched it out of the air to the 5. He's into the end zone, touchdown, and there's your unofficial tying touchdown pass by Chayton Tomlin. He is tied now with Chase Burton for the Heartland career touchdown passes with 5:14 left to go. Nice run by Beecham, snapped it right out of the air, cut it back upfield and in for the score, and the Lions lead it 13-0 with 5:14 remaining to go in this first half. Ryan Murray is going to come in. Cheka Dufresne is going to come in to attempt the extra point, and it's blocked and picked up out of the air by Manchester. It was blocked by Jaquan Walker, and it was picked up, and then he was brought down at the 5, so the extra point attempt is no good. 5:13 left to go in this first half, and after that tying touchdown pass for a career touchdowns by Chayton Tomlin, the Lions lead it 13-0. Well, Tomlin is also 35 yards away from 10,000 in his career as far as yards are concerned. Lions lead at 13-0, 5:13 remaining, and the ball was teed up by Ryan Murray, but now it blew off the tee, and he'll have to reset that. So Tomlin with one touchdown pass on the afternoon, 10 of 16 passing, 132 yards. Cornell Beecham, boy, he's done just about everything you can expect. So is Donovan Henderson in this ball game, though, and now the ball will fly off the tee again, and the Lions will bring Peyton Lugers in, and he's going to be the holder on this kickoff. 5:13 remaining. Lions have got the wind to their back, and they can't keep the ball on the tee. So now Murray will kick it away. Ward is back, set to return this one. Chico Ward, and the kickoff by Murray, and Ward is going to take it in at his 6, right up the middle to the 10. 15, 20, 25, gets hit, and he struggles forward across the 30, out to about the 31-yard line. 25 yards on the return by Ward, 5:05 remaining to go in this first half, and the Lions lead it 13-0. Boy, we spent a lot of time talking about Tomlin's touchdown pass, but Beecham, what a run that he made to get it into the end zone. Snagged it right out of the air at the 10, and then broke a couple of tackles to get into the end zone, and the Lions lead it by 2 TDs, 13-0. First and 10, Roberts with Henderson back behind, and Henderson takes the handoff off the left-hand side, breaks a tackle across the 20-35, and he'll be run out of bounds at the 37-yard line. Gain of 6 on the carry. Brings up second down, 4 yards to go as we're under 5 minutes remaining. At halftime, Luke Fickle, Joel Klatt, a look at the NFL schedule for tomorrow. All that coming up on the Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers halftime show. Second down, 4 yards to go. Ball at the 37-yard line in Manchester territory. Antoine out wide right, now moving in motion to the near side as Peterson lines up on the left wing. And the handoff goes right up the middle to Henderson. He's going to be hit at the line of scrimmage and brought down, maybe a yard gain.
On the carry is brought down by number 34, Nathan Stone.
Nate Stone with the tackle. They'll give him credit for it. But also in on the tackle was Noah Hammond and J.J. Courtney. Third down. Bo Kooning out of the ball game today, obviously, because of that ACL injury. And that's a devastating blow to this defensive line for the Lions. Moving in motion is Lathrop to the near side. Fake handoff. Roberts looks upfield. He's going to slip and fall down back inside his 30 at the 28-yard line. He lost 7 yards. Tried to plant his foot to throw the ball up the far side, and he just slipped and fell down. So it brings up fourth down, 12 yards to go from the 28. And Speakman will come in to return this punt with 3:24 remaining. Lions have all 3 timeouts remaining. Kibler, who shanked the punt the last time for just 9 yards, he's going to run this one, and he's going to get a low-line drive kick that Speakman will take in at the 38-yard line in his own territory, the 50, 45, 40, and inside the 30, and he's going to be knocked down at the 28-yard line. Good return by Speakman. He just picked it up off the grass and brought it back. And Manchester has got a man down on the far side on the sideline, on the Mount St. Joseph sideline. 3:01 left to go in this first half. Your score, Mount St. Joseph 13 and the Spartans nothing. Lions with their full complement of timeouts left. 3:01 left to go on the scoreboard. And they lead at 13-0. Michael Williamson into the ball game for the Lions to the left of Tomlin. Tomlin drops back, throws it up the right side. He's got Beecham complete at the 10, to the 5, skips into the end zone for the score, and there it is. Jayton Tomlin is now your new Heartland Conference career touchdown passing leader, unofficially. And now the Lions are going to go for 2 with 2:54 remaining to go, and they lead it 19-0. Chase Burton had the record. He's dropping back Tomlin, going for 2. He's going to roll out to the right, now cuts back, and he's going to roll out to the left. He's going to be hit and sacked back to the 20-yard line. 2:54 remaining to go in this first half of action. The Lions on that touchdown pass by Tomlin now lead it 19-0. Well, in the kickoff, Chico Ward tried to collect it in at about his own 10-yard line. It went through his hands. He had to go back and pick it up. And he'll be brought down at the 11-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Manchester. Lions lead it 19-0 with 2:46 remaining to go in this first half of play. Now they're going to put it back to the 11-yard line. That's where it'll be spotted down. Jayton Tomlin with 2 touchdown passes here today. He is 6 yards away also from reaching 10,000 in his career. 2:46 remaining to go in the first half. And the handoff up the middle goes to Henderson. Henderson's going to be hit at the 12. Maybe gets out to the 13 before Nate Stone and Peyton Williams take him down. And the Lions are going to use a timeout here. They'd like to get the football back with the wind to their back. They will be getting the football to start the second half of action. Has about a 2-yard gain for Donovan Henderson. Henderson in the ballgame, 14 carries, 75 yards, averaging 5.5. But the last couple of possessions that Manchester has had, the Lions defense has done a better job of bottling him up between the tackles. Not the first 3 possessions of this ballgame. Henderson was running it on an average of about 8 yards a clip. 2:38 remaining to go. Next week, the Lions will be back in action at home against Bluffton, and that will be the next to last home game of the year for the Lions. The final one will be Hanover, and boy, could that one be a big one. 19-0 here, Manchester on top of it. Trying to go over some scores here when we get another chance. After the timeout, Lions first one. Roberts is going to drop back, flips it out into the right flat, and it goes to Henderson. Henderson will be hit at the 15, puts his head down and struggles out to about the 19-yard line. And that'll be a gain of about 8 on the carry, on the reception. And the Lions are going to take another timeout. It'll bring up 3rd down, 2 yards to go.
Brings up 3rd down and 2 for the Spartans.
With 2:29 remaining. Taking a look at some scores here this afternoon and see what's happening around the Heartland Conference. Right now, Anderson and Franklin. Franklin is leading 21-7. 9 minutes to go in the first half. Hanover over Defiance, 21-0. They're under 5 minutes to go in the first half. And Rose with a 7-0 lead. 3 minutes left to go in that one over the Bluffton Beavers. That's the Lions' next opponent next Saturday, Bluffton. Hate to keep beating a dead horse, but 2 years ago, Bluffton came to Schuler Field and beat the Lions in a close game, and that cost the Lions a possible outright but Heartland Conference championship. Not only that, but it definitely cost them a tie at the Heartland Conference. 2:29 left to go. After that timeout, Lions have one left. It's 3rd down, 2 yards to go. Lions showing blitz upon the line. Roberts, and there's a lot of movement, and now the officials are going to blow the play dead. Looked like Lathrop on the right side jumped offside, and the side judge is going to come in and say, yep, that's the case. So that will knock Manchester back 5 yards. Illegal procedure called against Manchester. So that'll take it back from the 19 back to the 15 and make it 3rd down and 7. Now Manchester's got all 3 timeouts left. And the clock is stopped on the penalty with 2:28 left to go after the timeout. Lions have got 1 left, and let's see what Manchester decides to do here. Greer comes out wide to the left-hand side to the far side. Lathrop in the slot at the right. On 3rd down 7, dropping back Roberts, looks over the middle, heavy rush, he's going to throw it out in the flat, it's intercepted by Sean Sullivan, and he's going to run it in for the score! Sullivan just jumped the route and took it in for the score from the 12-yard line, and the Lions lead it 25-0. You've been listening to the Lions Rewind Show, a replay of the last Lions game's most important moments. Mount St. Joseph football is next on UltimateSportsTalk.com.
These tragedies have to stop. There must be accountability.
Black, white, brown. We are one. We are one. One. We will not stick to sports.
We will not shut up and dribble.
This is bigger than basketball.
Change can be uncomfortable.
Change is necessary.
We need to talk.
We need to act.
We matter.
We must unite. Say his name.
Stephon Clark.
Stephon Clark. We must unite.
The following is a special sports presentation of UltimateSportsTalk.com. UltimateSportsTalk.com now presents Mount St. Joseph University College Football. Tomlin's going to throw the fade to Pankey in the left corner of the end zone. He's got it. Touchdown! He got 1 foot down in the left corner of the end zone. Williamson takes it across the 25 to the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Hand off to Williamson up the middle, dives into the end zone. Is he there? Touchdown! Tomlin drops back. He's going to look straight up the middle. He's going to throw the fade up the right side. He's got Roberts again. Complete at the 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Today's game is brought to you by Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers and in part by the Wishbone Tavern on Delhi Avenue. Iron sharpens iron. Call 383-9773. Mount St. Joseph University and Minutemen Staffing in Cincinnati. Call 579-0010. Mount St. Joseph University football is a presentation of UltimateSportsTalk.com. Now let's go to the field for today's Lions game. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Schuler Field on Delhi Avenue here in Cincinnati, Ohio. Glad to have you along this afternoon on UltimateSportsTalk.com. It is an absolutely beautiful day for football today, about 50 degrees, some clouds in the sky, but it is just a gorgeous day for college football here in Cincinnati. I'm Dave Mitchell alongside Dan Bear Benjamin, and today we've got a battle of a winless team against an undefeated team here today, and that is the Mount St. Joseph Lions at home for their next to the last home game of the season. Today they're taking on with a 5-0 record and 3-0, in the Heartland Conference and in first place. One of the teams that are in last place in the Heartland Conference, the Bluffton Beavers at 0-5 and 0-2 in the Heartland Conference. The Lions enter today's game in a tie for first place with Hanover. Each team is at 3-0. The Lions, we've already told you, 5-0, but Hanover 5-1 on the season. They're going to play Hanover here at Schuler Field in 2 weeks. That's going to be the last home game of the season for the Lions. And Bear, you cannot stress enough that 2 years ago, Bluffton came to Schuler Field and cost the Lions a shot at the Heartland Conference title by beating them here on the field.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dave. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is a game that the Lions must stay focused on. I know they could be looking ahead to Hanover, but as we talked about off the air, Bluffton came in here 2 years ago, kicked a game-winning field goal to knock them out of that conference championship.
Well, we've got some technical difficulties right now with Bear's microphone, so we'll try to get that straightened out for you here in just a moment. But live radio, what can you expect?
Yeah, expect the unexpected, right? And adjust as we go.
That's right. Anyway, as you take a look at this afternoon's ball game, the Lions come in off of that record-setting win a week ago over and there we go. Now I've got your mic up. Let's check it again.
Yeah, that sounds much better.
There you go. Now we've got it. All right, we've got that straightened out now and get that taken care of. But anyway, Bear, as you look at this, I want to ask you again, when you look at this ball game, you've got to remember that 2 years ago, the Lions came in here with a chance, the first game of the conference season, and they ended up losing a game to Bluffton that cost them a conference championship.
Yeah, you definitely got to look at that, Dave. I mean, I'm sure Coach Hop's got his team ready to go. You know, they cannot be looking ahead to Hanover. That's 2 weeks away, as you said. And, Bluffton's, they haven't won a game, and I know we're undefeated, but you got to expect that they're going to come in here and play hard. They're not going to lay down for the Lions.
Absolutely not. Now, last week was a record-setting week for the Lions in several categories. And starting it out, you got to talk about quarterback Chayton Tomlin, a 4-year starter for this ball club, Bear. He has been absolutely outstanding. I know you've watched him a lot over the last couple of years here, but boy, I'll tell you what, he put on a display last week.
Yeah, he's been amazing all year, Dave. I really love watching this young man command what he wants out of the offense and how accurate he is with his passes. And I believe he's got how many touchdown passes in the last 3 or 4 weeks?
He's got 17 in the last 3 weeks alone.
That's pretty amazing.
The second quarter was the Lions' biggest scoring quarter of the season thus far, as they scored 26 unanswered points against Manchester last week. Cornell Beecham scored 3 of the 4 touchdowns in the quarter, and after a 2-yard run, he caught a touchdown pass of 17 and 29 yards from Chayton Tomlin. The touchdown passes in that quarter helped Tomlin secure the all-time Heartland Conference passing touchdown record.
Tomlin steps up into the pocket. He's going to throw it over the middle, complete to Beecham, snaps it out of the air to the 5. He's into the end zone, touchdown, and there's your unofficial tying touchdown pass by Chayton Tomlin. Tomlin drops back, throws it up the right side. He's got Beecham completed to 10, to the 5, skips into the end zone for the score, and there it is. Chayton Tomlin is now your new Heartland Conference career touchdown passing leader.
Tomlin currently has 125 touchdown passes in his career. The previous record was by Chase Burton, 121. And then linebacker Sean Sullivan also found the end zone, returning an interception 14 yards for the first touchdown of his career last week.
On 3rd down 7, dropping back Roberts, looks over the middle, heavy rush. He's going to throw it out in the flat. It's intercepted by Sean Sullivan, and he's going to run it in for the score. Sullivan just jumped the route and took it in for the score from the 12-yard line, and the Lions lead it 25-0.
And then another record that was achieved by the Lions, well, that was Chayton Tomlin hooking up with Cooper Earls on a 7-yard pass, giving him more than 10,000 yards in his career. And as we said, in the last 3 ball games, Tomlin has only thrown 17 touchdown passes in those last 3 games, but he wasn't finished. Then in the third quarter, he ended up hooking up with Cornell Beecham. Beecham ran at 90 yards, which is an all-time Mount St. Joseph record on a pass reception for a touchdown. And boy, I'll tell you one thing, since they've moved him into the backfield, and we'll talk with Hop more about it coming up in the interview in just a little bit. But Dan, when you look at what they've done with Beecham and put him in the backfield, it has been outstanding.
Yeah, he's just a great athlete, and you gave Hop credit like you should, as a head coach should, and move that guy around, get him some touches, and obviously it paid off when you have him in that backfield. He can do a lot of things. He can run and come out of the backfield and catch the ball as well.
Well, one of our producers, Greg Mitchell, told me earlier this week, he said he once worked for a coach that said you've got to find ways to get your best players the football, and evidently that's what the Lions have done here.
They've done it all year long. The thing that impresses me with Tomlin is every week that young man finds a different leading receiver out there on the field, and that makes it tough for your opponents to go ahead and try and game plan for that.
Absolutely. Well, Beecham alone had 284 yards in total offense in the game. That was just 2 less than the entire Manchester team last week. He had 81 yards rushing, 203 yards receiving. That garnered him not only the Heartland Conference Offensive Player of the Week, but he also was recognized nationally as he received honors on the D3 All-Week team.
That's pretty amazing. You know, like you said, as Hop has done over the last week or so, you got to get that young man some serious touches, and I look forward to seeing that again today out of Beecham.
And for Sean Sullivan, he got the Defensive Player of the Week award for the Lions, as he got his first interception returned for a touchdown, but he also had 5 tackles in the ball game in that contest for the Lions. So Sean Sullivan, the leading tackler for the Lions, he was the Defensive Player of the Week, and Cornell Beecham, the Offensive Player of the Week. Second week in a row that the Lions have garnered that Offensive Player of the Week award.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing to hear that and see that here, you know, on our campus. That makes the team excited, makes our campus excited. You know, Dave, we always talk about how well the offense is playing, but, you know, we got to really look at that defense. You know, they've been really strong up front, you know, with the exception of giving up that 1 touchdown right before the half a couple weeks ago. They can play on the other side of the ball, which is amazing. You got a lot of people running around there, smacking people around on that side of the ball, and that's good to see.
Well, and the thing about it is today, too, Bear, you're going to look at this ball club and say, where are some people? And that's a big question mark, because there are going to be some people that are missing here today. When you look at the injury report coming in, first of all, you've got Bo Cooning, who's out with that ACL injury. He will not be playing. Left tackle Isaiah Trimble is going to be out of this afternoon's ball game. Running back Michael Williamson is out with a high ankle sprain. And Alvin Burke, one of the defensive tackles, is banged up. They're going to try to get through this game without him playing also.
Yeah, you got to, you know, this is a physical game, David. You got to rely on that second stringer all the time. That, you know, the one thing I got to give the Lions staff credit for is they're subbing those D-line in and out a lot. Part of it's due to the dictation of the offense of, you know, running a little bit of hurry up and running the spread, and you wear those linemen out when they rush. So, you know, hopefully those number 2s will step in and do the job and not miss a beat.
A lot of streaks going on in today's game. The Lions have won 8 in a row, dating back to the last 3 games of last season. 12 of their last 13 games. They're holding their opponents under 300 yards in total offense per game this year. As you already brought up the defense, they've done an outstanding job there, holding opponents to just 280 yards a game. They've only given up 81 points, or an average of 16.2 per ball game. Meanwhile, the offense has scored 231, or an average of 46.2 points per game. Bear, that's a differential, and I can figure that up with the math of 30 points a game.
Yeah, if you can keep that momentum going, as we talked about, you know, the defense can hold a team to 16 points. This high-powered offense with Tomlin helm at the quarterback, they're going to score more than 20 plus.
And meanwhile, Bluffton comes in. They have lost 5 in a row, dating back to the last 3 games of last year. They've fallen to Trine, Worcester, Franklin, Hanover, and Rose-Hulman, and they fell to Rose last Saturday, 28-14, totaling just 260 yards of total offense, 150 yards passing, and 110 yards in the rushing attack. Their quarterback, Samuel Coleman, out of Wilmington, went 10 of 22 for 150 yards and an interception. Darian Greeley, who will start at running back today, drove the rushing attack with 133 yards on 18 carries. This will be the second week in a row, Dan, that the Lions are going to face a big bruising running back this week in Darian Greeley.
Well, you know, I have a lot of confidence in that D-line, and our linebackers have been playing really well all year, as we talked about a couple times here. But, you know, it is going to be a tough task to bring down a big, heavy linebacker or running back like that. You know, we'll see what we do defensively. I'm sure, you know, Rick Thompson's going to have us doing the typical stuff we've done, play straight 4-3, and every now and then bring a linebacker as needed. And I think they'll be physical as well up front for us.
And the thing about Greeley, he's hard to find. He's only 5 feet 6 inches tall, but he's 213 pounds. He's the epitome of a bowling ball.
Yes, he is, and that's tough to bring a guy down like that. He's got that low center of gravity, and you know, like I said, I got faith in the defense of the Lions here. They like to gang tackle quite a bit, so the Bluffton Beavers will have a tough task today trying to get that running game going.
Well, the Beavers, they come into this ball game looking at their third-string quarterback in Samuel Coleman, and they are going to be throwing to a couple of receivers that are going to catch a lot of passes for them. Ryan Markoff is leading them, along with Adam Duncan with 13 receptions, and Markoff has 4. The Lions' big play today is going to be defensively. They need to get out in this game right away, Dan, and put an exclamation point like they did a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see the defense, you know, contribute, you know, a little bit more. Maybe they get a pick 6 or a couple turnovers and put the offense in a great field opportunity. But I think if they just maintain the course, which they've done all year so far, and not overlook the game, as you said, Dave, don't Don't look at that record and say, hey, Bluffton's 0-5 and 0-2 in the conference. You know what? It's why you play the game. You cannot take them lightly, and I'm sure Hop's going to have them ready when they come out here in about 20 minutes or so.
Well, last year these two teams met up in Bluffton. The Lions won at 21-7. They led 14-7 at the half on 2 TD passes from Tomlin to Nick Murphy, and then later to A.J. Glines. Bluffton would successfully execute a 2-minute drill, punching in the ball just prior to halftime. Then Tomlin found Chase Pankey for a 5-yard touchdown pass in the third. Michael Williamson, who will not play today, he had his best year as a Lion, ran the ball 16 times for 115 yards, but we cannot stress enough, 2 years ago, these two teams kicked off the Heartland Conference, and Bluffton come away with a 32-31 win when Jordan Watkins kicked a 37-yard field goal with 29 seconds that won the game and eventually cost the Lions a chance at the Heartland Conference Championship. Aaron Krebs, in his second year as head coach of the Beavers, a 3-12 record coming in, and Tyler Hopperton in his third year, 19 wins against 6 defeats. Big game in high school football last night here in Cincinnati. We'll talk about that and more coming up when our pregame show continues after this timeout.
At Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers, we utilize ink analytics, our plastic surgeon-developed diagnostics. Our exclusive ink analytics system lets us measure your tattoo against more than 60,000 treatments completed by our team. Reviewing over 40 unique factors about your skin and tattoo, ink analytics is able to predict the number of treatments you'll need to remove your ink, taking the guesswork out of tattoo removal. Because we're so confident in ink analytics, we guarantee our results, which means if your ink is gone before 8 treatments, we will prorate and give you money back. And if your ink is not gone in 8 treatments, we'll continue to treat you at no cost for up to a year. That's the Invisible Ink guarantee.
Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers works with integrity. Using the innovative Pico-Way laser technology, Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers is on the leading edge. Located in Greater Cincinnati at 119 Fairfield Avenue in Bellevue, Kentucky. Schedule a free consultation today by calling them at 866-219-0672.
Dave Mitchell and Dan Benjamin back here at Schuler Field, where the Lions are getting set to take on the Bluffton Beavers here this evening. And boy, a big game last night, Dan, around the city of Cincinnati, where Corey Kiner of Roger Bacon, your own stopping grounds.
Yes, sir.
15 carries last night, 323 yards, and 7 touchdowns in the ball game. But that wasn't all that he did. He also had a kickoff return of 78 yards for a touchdown. The 323 yards broke his record of 303 at Roger Bacon. He had 400 all-purpose yards, which are a single game record. He also broke the all-purpose career mark in yardage, and that's 8 touchdowns all total in the ball game, which also is the first time, believe it or not, a Cincinnati area player has ever scored that many touchdowns in a ball game.
I did not know that, Dave, but yeah, Kiner's a special young athlete. I mean, he's only a junior. I got to watch him twice this year already. He's a very physical, finesse type runner. He's willing to stiff arm you, and he's also willing to put the move on you. As I watched him over last year and this year, and a guy who comes to my mind that I saw as I was growing up playing is Walter Payton. He reminds me a lot like him. He can stiff arm you, as I said. I watched him one game. He threw 2 or 3 tacklers off of him and got another 10 yards. He had a special night last night. Congratulations to him and Mike Blount and the Roger Bacon Spartans. They got it rolling. They're in that new league this year, and a lot of the old school GCL guys like myself weren't 100% sold on it. But we understand. You got to give your kids a chance. And I believe I heard Brian Kelly was in the stands last night to watch him because Notre Dame was off this weekend. So I'm sure Corey was pretty excited to know that as well.
Well, the rumors are, and right now they are just rumors, that he has got his decision-making process down to 3, Notre Dame included, along with Cincinnati and Michigan. Now, the status of Jim Harbaugh at Michigan has got to be a deciding factor in him, but I would think coming from where Corey has come from and everything, you got to look at Notre Dame and say that's the place for him.
Well, you know me, Dave. I'm agree with you because I'm an Irish fan.
Yeah, you are.
I got to be honest. You can't rule out Cincinnati. Being a local kid, you get a lot of family come around and watch you play, and a lot of friends, and you can hope hopefully help out a hometown team that's having a lot of success, being ranked 21 in the country right now, and they got it rolling. Luke Fickle's doing a great job. So either one of those, I'd be happy for that young man as long as he's getting an opportunity to play at the next level and get that education.
Well, so congratulations to Corey Kiner on such a great win last night and all the records that he has set at Roger Bacon. In college football last night, there was one game in the top 25. Ohio State extended their record to 7-0. They won easily at Northwestern 52-3. Wisconsin comes to town next week for the Buckeyes. Today, number 21 Cincinnati will be playing Tulsa. That game kicks off at 3:30. At halftime, we'll hear from Luke Fickle on just what he says the Bearcats have to do to beat the Golden Hurricane. Tonight, number 10 Georgia will entertain Kentucky, and number 3 Clemson will be at Louisville. And games going on right now, Iowa is leading Purdue 9-7 with just about a half a minute left to go in the first half. Oklahoma big over West Virginia 28-7, 6.5 left to go in the half. Clemson over Louisville. That game is already underway, and there's about 3 minutes to go in the half. Clemson winning it just by a touchdown over Louisville. Wisconsin beating Illinois 10-7. Auburn blanking Arkansas 17-0. Florida and South Carolina are tied up at 10 apiece. Last week in the Heartland Conference, Franklin defeated Anderson 49-35. It was Hanover blanking Defiance 35-0, and Rose-Hulman beat Bluffton 28-14. So the conference standings coming into today's game, Mountain and Hanover tied at 3-0. Rose and Franklin each at 2-1. Anderson at 1-2, and then comes Manchester, Bluffton, and Defiance each at 0-2. Check that, Defiance is at 0-3 in the conference, so they are the 3 winless teams so far. And this week going on in the Heartland, Manchester is at Franklin, Rose will be at Anderson, and Defiance and Hanover have the week off. I'm Dave Mitchell with Dan Benjamin. We'll be back to talk with head coach Tyler Hopperton prior to this afternoon's game with Bluffton right after this timeout.
Every week and every game is important as we reach the halfway point of the Heartland Conference season. Next Saturday, Mount St. Joseph heads to Terre Haute, Indiana to play the Fightin' Engineers of Rose-Hulman. Currently, Rose is in third place, just a game behind the Lions, so next week is the game of the season. If you can't hit the road, join me, Dave Mitchell, and Blake Watson, with all the action starting at 3 o'clock next Saturday with Rewind, and at 4 o'clock is the kickoff. The Lions are on the road at Rose-Hulman next Saturday, and you can hear it all starting at 3 on UltimateSportsTalk.com.
Dayton Children's cares about the health of your children. Hi, I'm Kirk Herbstreit. Growing up in Centerville, my parents taught me the importance of being healthy, and now I'm teaching my kids. Childhood obesity is on the rise, but there are small steps that we can take to fight it. Turn off video games and go outside, ride bikes, go to the park, or learn a new dance. Parents, once we get moving, our kids will follow. Get moving!
Dayton Children's, experts you trust, caring for the children you love.
Back here at Schuler Field, I'm Dave Mitchell with Dan Benjamin. And Dan, if you look at this Bluffton Beavers team, they are winless on the year, 0-5, 0-2 in the Heartland Conference. On the road, they are 0-2. They fell to Trine and Hanover. But do you know there's some famous people that have come from Bluffton University?
I did not know that. Who do you have?
Phyllis Diller. She came from Bluffton, and Hugh Downs, the former Today Show host, he came from Hugh Downs. Lee Owens, who is a good friend of mine and is the head coach at Ashland University and has been for several years, has taken them to national prominence. He's a graduate of Bluffton. And Rob Sheldon, who is my old high school basketball coach, is a member of the Ohio State High School Basketball Coaches Hall of Fame. He came from Bluffton also.
Pretty neat.
So a lot of people coming in from Bluffton. Aaron Krebs in his second year as head coach. They are 3-12 on the year. They are scoring coming into today's ball game. They are having a tough time putting some points on the scoreboard. They're averaging just 13.8 offensively and giving up 31.2 defensively. So as we said, it's important today for the Lions to put their feet down on the throat of the Beavers and get this game over early.
Yeah, we've talked about it. We're going to sound like a broken record today, Dave. You know, we've got to get off to a good start. You got to jump all over them, as you said. And, you know, for Bluffton, they've got to try and get some type of momentum. If they want to hang around, they got to do it early on. They got to get first downs. They got to move the chains. They got to keep the clock running. I'm not so sure they can get in a shootout with this team because of the style of football they play. So they're going to have to do basically what Anderson, when they came in here, tried to control the clock.
The Lions are 5-0 coming in, 3-0 in the Heartland Conference. They are 3-0 here at home at Schuler Field. Tyler Hopperton, in his third year as head coach, 19 wins, 6 defeats. The Lions have won 8 in a row dating back to the last 3 games of the 2018 season, and they've won 12 of their last 13. They come in scoring 231 points a game, averaging 46.2 points a contest, and they're giving up just 81 or 16.2 a ball game. But today they're heading into the contest without Isaiah Trimble, Michael Williamson, and possibly Alvin Burke and Bo Cooning in today's ball game. We talked with head coach Tyler Hopperton before this afternoon's contest.
The last few interviews that I've done with some of the players that have come into the program over the past couple of years, they've all talked about how they've wanted to help change the culture of this program. Since you've become head coach, how have you seen the culture of this program changed?
Well, first off, when in the recruiting process, we don't really talk about playing time much. We talk about fit, and we talk about those guys, being aware of the impact that they can have on our program. Now, a lot of times it is because of on-field stuff, but, I think the more controllable things are the off-field things. So that's definitely, what we've done on the recruiting trail is really talk to guys about, the ownership that they can take in this program for themselves by, the actions that they do. And because of that, I think we're finally starting to see that pay off, that those recruiting messages that guys have been taking ownership of the culture. Culture is definitely a buzzword right now. You see it everywhere on social media, and all the coaches are talking about it. But it is a real thing, and it's it's active and it's current. Your culture isn't what you want it to be; it's what it is. It's what you're currently accepting and doing, and anything that you're inputting into your team now is your current culture. So we've seen it change from an accountability standpoint, and mostly from the players. In year one, it was coach driven, that we were holding them accountable for every little thing, where now it's more so on the players, and that players are holding themselves and each other to whatever standard it is that they want to hold themselves to.
It's easy to explain what culture means on the field, but off the field, when you're talking about the players holding themselves up to a different standard, what do you mean by that?
Ultimately, I'll go in my drawer right here. I was just looking at this. Ultimately, be where you're supposed to be, do what you're supposed to be doing, do it the best of your ability. And that's really on the field, off the field, whatever. All right, where am I supposed to be? What am I supposed to be doing when I'm there? And I'm going to give it my best shot, right? So from a class point of view, from an academic point of view, all right, I'm going to show up to class on time. I'm going to be early. I'm going to sit up front. I'm not going to have my headphones in. I'm not going to have my hat on. And I'm going to show up with whatever they ask me to show up with, whether that's a homework assignment or if I was supposed to read or, if I'm supposed to be prepared with these notes or whatever, that's the academic kind of point of view of that. And then, which sounds very simple, but, we've all been in college before and it maybe doesn't seem that simple. And then from a social standpoint, it's the same thing, right? That, hey, be where you're supposed to be, do what you're supposed to be doing, do it to the best of your ability. That, whether that means community service and looking for, opportunities, for intentional leadership, to those less fortunate than you, or helping kids or those kinds of things. And also, from a behavioral standpoint socially as well of, hey, is this putting the team first? Are these behaviors helping or hurting my teammates? So those are usually a little bit more black and white, and that's kind of what we started with. That if we let those guys know, usually the football part's a little easier, and it's a little easier to tell because we film everything, right? We don't film them going to class, and we don't film them out in Delhi or anything like that. So it's a little easier with the football part, and that's usually what they're more easily motivated by. So with the other stuff, that's kind of what we hammer down, but a lot of that starts with the recruiting process and getting guys that already think that way in here.
Back to the program, back to the team and the players, especially Cornell Beecham. What an afternoon he had last week against Manchester. But a couple of weeks ago against Defiance, you moved him to the running back position. What predicated that move for him?
Yeah, ultimately we felt like we needed a little bit of a spark in the run game. And, we also, every time he touched it, he made something happen. So we were trying to find out ways to get him some more touches. So we thought we could manufacture that and have more control over that at running back. Because, in the passing game, he could be out there every play, but it might not work out that he gets those touches. So we thought, hey, at running back, that might be the spark that we need in the run game, helps us control the clock a little bit more, and those kinds of things that we felt like, although we were scoring a lot of points, that we were kind of lacking. And I think, his first carry of the game went for 15 yards or something. So we kind of just kept with it, and the spark was more like a inferno, so we just kind of kept it going.
He definitely brings some explosiveness to the backfield now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, taking a 3-yard running back swing past 90 yards, I think, is a great example of that.
Sean Sullivan with his first interception for a touchdown last week, and you got a sideline warning on that, but I don't think you really cared about that at that point, did you?
No, I didn't. And of course, all the players were giving me grief, because I'm always on them about. But there's not much room on the Manchester sideline.
No.
It's. But yeah, defensive touchdown will definitely do that. I think I cut the ref off on the way running down the field, and he was running right behind me, but. It was definitely exciting for Sean, and obviously exciting for me and everyone else.
Okay, now Trimble is out for this afternoon's ball game, and when you look at this, what's that's going to do to the offensive line?
Just makes us even younger. He was kind of our returning vet, even though he was a sophomore, last year, that he was kind of our old man, because we are a young O-line, so we're even a little bit younger, but is a great opportunity to work on some depth and to get some guys that have been working hard, some well-earned playing time.
What kind of challenges is Bluffton going to bring to the field?
They're always a tough defensive team. I mean, it's, last year they held us to, 21 points. The year before they beat us. The year before that they beat us. So, the senior class is 1-2 against Bluffton. And, we thought we had a chance of winning all 3 of those games. So it's frustrating to be 1-2 against a team you think you can beat. So, they don't make a ton of mistakes, and on offense, they're struggling a little bit offensively this year and a little bit last year, but they're able to control the clock. Their defense does a good job of eliminating big plays, which is sometimes what we rely on. So sometimes it gets us out of our element a little bit. So they definitely do a good job of that. They're currently 0-5, but they've been in every football game. There hasn't been a game that they haven't been in. On special teams, they've blocked a couple punts. They've scored a couple touchdowns. They have some good athletes at return. So, but ultimately, they kind of just get you out of your element a little bit, which sometimes can kind of create a snowball.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Head coach Tyler Hopperton prior to this afternoon's ball game. It's the unbeaten Mount St. Joseph Lions at 5-0 on the year, 3-0 in the Heartland, taking on the Bluffton Beavers at 0-5, and they come into this afternoon's ball game with a record of 0-2 in the Heartland Conference. I'm Dave Mitchell with Dan Benjamin. We'll be back with the opening kickoff of this afternoon's ball game from Schuler Field when we come back after this timeout. Decided a tattoo you had done isn't for you anymore, but you don't want to go through the long, tedious, and sometimes painful removal process? Now you can have it removed with integrity and zero judgment at Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers.
At Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers, we utilize ink analytics, our plastic surgeon-developed diagnostics. Our exclusive ink analytics system lets us measure your tattoo against more than 60,000 treatments completed by our team. Reviewing over 40 unique factors about your skin and tattoo, ink analytics is able to predict the number of treatments you'll need to remove your ink, taking the guesswork out of tattoo removal. Because we're so confident in ink analytics, we guarantee our results, which means if your ink is gone before 8 treatments, we will prorate and give you money back. And if your ink is not gone in 8 treatments, we'll continue to treat you at no cost for up to a year. That's the Invisible Ink Guarantee.
Located in Greater Cincinnati at 119 Fairfield Avenue in Bellevue, Kentucky. Schedule a free consultation today by calling them at 866-219-0672. Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers.
Mount St. Joseph University is the Catholic university on a mission to give education greater purpose. Located on the west side of Cincinnati, the Mount is dedicated to helping students become competent, compassionate, critical thinkers, ready to make a meaningful impact on the world. Nearly 99% of those who earn a degree from Mount St. Joseph University are employed, enrolled in graduate studies, or volunteering within 6 months of graduation. Discover your mission by visiting msj.edu.
Well, it is a beautiful day for football. As we have told you during the pregame show, we are about set to get this one underway here this afternoon as the Lions are getting set to take on the Bluffton Beavers this afternoon here at Schuler Field. I'm Dave Mitchell along with Dan Benjamin, and the Lions are out on the field in their dark blue tops with white bottoms and white helmets. Across the way, Bluffton in their road white tops with gray pants and purple numerals here this afternoon. The Lions coming over to the sideline. They're great crowd here this afternoon for this one on just a beautiful day.
Yeah, it's just beautiful outside, as you said, and if you're anywhere near the campus, this is where you need to be. I think even the crowd today is noticing that, the Lions got something special to do today, like Hop Talk. Seniors are 1-2 against the Beavers, and, not what it should be, but it is, and we talked about it earlier. They got to be ready to come out and play and not let them come up and, as you call it, trap them into a game where they end up getting a dub or get a L. Well,
you could look at this, Dan, and say that it is a trap game because when you look at the schedule, you've got Rose coming in next week, and then after Rose, the Lions come right back home and they play Hanover.
Yeah, you got to look into that situation. Like I said earlier, if you're Coach Hop, you're not going to let this team even think about Rose. You got to get them focused on every play for today. If they can't get out of here with the W, then they're going to be relying on somebody else to make another win. And I don't think Hop and the Lions want that. Last year that happened to them. They shared the title with two other teams, Franklin and Hanover, but today they got to stay focused on the Bluffton Beavers.
Want to let you know that the Scout Team Players of the Week were named earlier this morning. Jake Kilgore was named the Offensive Scout Player of the Week. Colin Matt, the Defensive Player of the Week, and the Special Teams Scout Player of the Week was Brian Upshaw. And the one thing that we can tell you is when you've got that scout team practicing every week with the first teamers, boy, they've got to put in a good effort to get the first team ready to go.
Absolutely. They challenge those guys, and that's their chance to shine. They can show their coaches, hey, I don't care what you have me doing. I'm going to show you that I can play.
So the Mount won the coin toss, and they have declined. So Bluffton will be getting the football to start off the football game here this afternoon. The Lions, as we told you, they're without Alvin Burke. They would like to get through this afternoon's ball game without playing him. He's banged up at one of those defensive line positions. They're already without Bo Kooning. They'll have Spencer Candra, David Guck, Nick Brokering, and Noah Hammond across that front line. You'll see a lot of J.J. Courtney and Gavin Brennan also. Sean Sullivan, Julius Fisher, and Adam Slusher will be at the linebacker positions. At the corners, Noah Abel and Troy Speakman, and at the safeties, Peyton Williams and Peyton Lugers. And, of course, Peyton Williams is leading the team with 3 interceptions on the season, 1 for a touchdown that iced the game in Franklin, and Spencer Candra is leading the team with 5 sacks on the season. Lions will be going from right to left across your computer screen to get this ball game started here this afternoon. Some other games going on in the Heartland Conference this afternoon that we will keep you abreast of coming up later on today. Manchester is playing at Franklin. Rose is playing at Anderson. And we already told you that the teams that have today off, Defiance and Hanover. Back set to return the football for Bluffton is going to be Dantes Rash and Elijah Maxwell, and it's going to be taken in by Rash at the 5, fumbles the football, but picks it back up, cuts it right up the middle, down to the near side, and he's going to be brought down at the 10. Boy, that just blew up right away as Rash just couldn't get the hold of the football.
Definitely not the way the Bluffton Beavers wanted to start this game out. Easy kick to catch. He just didn't secure it, and great job covering by the Lions.
So Bluffton will start it out 1st and 10 from their own 10-yard line. Their quarterback, Samuel Coleman, 42% completion ratio this year on 11 of 26. He is their 3rd stringer. Their top quarterback this year, who is Zachary Nobis, is backed up today. He's the backup, and Coleman is going to hand it off right up the middle on the left-hand side to Darian Greeley. Greeley takes it off left guard, and he gets it out to about the 13-yard line for a gain of, they're going to give him about 2. Brings up 2nd down, 8 yards to go.
The Lions are playing that cover 2. They had one back in the backfield there. They're just daring them to throw that ball out there.
Greeley comes into the ball game averaging 4.9 yards per rush, 70 yards per game. Second down, 8 yards to go. Bluffton taking a long time on the play clock in the huddle, trying to get the play in from Aaron Krebs, their head coach. 9 on the play clock now. And moving over to the right-hand side is Greeley of his quarterback, Coleman. Receivers out wide, handoff to Greeley. He's going to run it around the near side, the right side, takes it out to the 20. He's across the 20, out to the 22-yard line for a gain of about 10 on the play. That's a first down for Bluffton, the first of the ball game.
Good run by Greeley. He avoided a young man at the line of scrimmage, got outside edge, and they did not contain, so able to pick up the first down.
Looked like Peyton Williams and Troy Speakman, who came up for the tackles on that play. Takes it out to near the 24-yard line. We've just begun here from Schuler Field. 1st and 10 for Bluffton. Ball just shy of the 24. Coleman out of the shotgun. He's got Greeley right behind him. Moves over to the left-hand side. Receivers out wide on both sides. He's got Markoff out to the right side. And the handoff again for the third straight time goes to Greeley. Greeley cuts it across the 25 out to the 26-yard line on the near side.
Pretty much what we expected, Dave. A lot of running with Greeley. They're going to try and control the clock, move the change, get that first down, and, we got to get a stop right here with 2nd and about 8.
Gavin Brennan picking up the tackle on that play. And it brings up 2nd down and 8 yards to go again after a 2-yard pickup by Greeley. Bluffton, they go with the huddle. So did Manchester last week. One of the few teams that do it in the Heartland Conference. Greeley to the right of Coleman, ball in the near side. Coleman gets the snap, hand off to Greeley again, right up the middle, gets stopped up, and he's going to be dropped at about the 26-yard line. Maybe got a yard on the play. Spencer Kandra in there for the tackle, along with David Guck.
Yeah, Duck did a nice job there. David did a great job tackling him low, like we talked earlier. He's 5'6", 2 something, and he did a great job of lowering his shoulder, making sure he didn't get any more than 2 yards.
12:25 remaining to go in this first quarter of play. We've just begun. Bluffton with the initial possession of the ball game. 3rd down, 6 yards to go for a Beaver first down. They've got it at the 27-yard line. Coleman, fake handoff. He's going to throw it out into the left flat, complete to Childs, and he's going to skip out of bounds at about the 32. He's close to a first down, but I think he's going to be about 2 yards shy, and he will be. And it brings up 4th and 2, and punting time for the Beavers as Aaron Krebs sends in the punting unit.
Yeah, Coleman would like to have that one back. He hit him wide open in the flat and didn't see him right away, and had to throw the ball a little high late. They had a first down on that one, but the Lions catch a break right there.
Jason Baumgartner is the punter, averaging 34 yards a kick. He's got a long this year of 47. Troy Speakman dropping back, set to return at his own 35-yard line. Good snap. Baumgartner gets it away. It's a high spiral kick that Speakman takes in at the 36, and he's going to be dropped right there by a host of Beaver tacklers.
A little gutsy on Speakman's part. That was an end-over-end kick, not very far, and I thought he should have probably fair caught that one. He's lucky to hold on to that.
Coming down and making the tackle is Loudon Saulbeamer from Dayton, Ohio, Troy Christian High School. Initially, I thought it might have been Coleman, the quarterback, but boy, that'd be suicide to put your quarterback.
Especially after you've already gone through 2 of them.
That's right. So Chayton Tomlin, the new career Heartland Conference touchdown passing leader, gets the ball for the first time, flips it out into the left flat to Cornell Beecham, and Beecham from the 36-yard line is run out of bounds at the 41 for about a 6-yard pass completion from Tomlin to Beecham, and it brings up 2nd and 4.
It's a simple swing pass, as you heard Coach Hopp allude to in his pregame interview with you, and the young man gets going north and south. It's going to be hard to stop him.
Cooper Earls goes out wide to the right-hand side. Austin Brock slot right. Coming out to the left-hand side is Pankey. Beecham on the left-hand side of Tomlin. Ball in the near hash mark on 2nd and 4 from the 41, and he flips it over the middle, complete to Paul Miner at midfield, and he'll cross over midfield into Bluffton territory at the 47-yard line. Gain of 13.
Nice catch. Sorry about that, Dave. Nice catch by Paul Miner, man. Great job again by Tomlin putting the ball on the money. Hit him in stride.
Miner comes out of the ball game. Nick Murphy checks in now. Earls comes out wide to the left-hand side. Brock slot left. Murphy on the wing on the left-hand side. Pankey out wide to the right. Beecham in the backfield, and the handoff goes to Beecham right up the middle, across the 45-40, into the clear to the 35-30, cuts to the far side, 25-20. He's got a blocker. That's Pankey, and he's going to be brought down at the 10-yard line.
Boy, what a run by Cornell. He did a great job exploding through the line of scrimmage, set his receiver up for an extra block downfield, and very patient, getting an extra 15 yards.
37 yards on that scamper by Beecham down to the 10-yard line. It's 1st and goal for the Lions at the Bluffton 10. And this is what we said. The Lions needed to get off to a fast start and don't give Bluffton any ideas on if they can win this game.
Absolutely. If they can punch this in right now, Dave, that would be sending a little, hey, here we come after you. We're not going to let you win on a field goal.
Kinhald is out wide to the left-hand side. Murphy slot left. Now Kinhald drops off the line because Murphy was up on it. Tomlin drops back, throws it into the right corner of the end zone, and it's going to be intercepted, is it? Are they going to say he got his feet in? It will be. An interception by Bluffton.
The first mistake I've seen Tomlin make all year. He forced that ball, was well covered out there. He probably should have thrown that one away.
Brian Coleman with the interception, playing up on Murphy on that left-hand side. The junior cornerback, 5'9", 165 pounds, came away with the interception. Just the second of the year that Tomlin has thrown in 23 touchdown passes. Not a bad ratio, still to say.
Yes, not a bad ratio, but boy, he wants that one back. I promise you that.
9:37 to go in this first quarter, and Bluffton has the football at their own 20-yard line as Coleman ran out of bounds with it. Now Samuel Coleman, the quarterback, with Greeley to the left, ball on the far hash mark on 1st and 10 from the 20. And a fake handoff, play action, throws over the middle, and it is complete at the 40 and drugged down at the 43-yard line is the intended receiver and the catch of receiver of that football, who is not on our 2 deep.
Number 9, he's not on the 2 deep.
And that's going to be Andrew, check that, it's going to be Jontez Cheney McLaren. Evidently they have changed his number this week. He came in at number 8, but we'll check on that just to make sure, but I think that was McLaren. So he's got the first down out to the 44-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Beavers after a 20-yard reception. Greeley moves over to the left. Dropping back is Coleman. Throws out to the left-hand side, in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. And that looks like McLaren again, incomplete.
That's pretty good coverage right there by Abel.
Abel coming in and making the... And that is Jontez Cheney McLaren, who is number 9.
So just the opposite. When they start this game, they ran the ball 3 or 4 times, and now they've thrown it the first 2 or 3 times coming out, trying to gain some momentum here.
Markoff comes out wide to the right-hand side. Elijah Maxwell is slot right. McLaren goes out wide to the left-hand side. Now they've got Rash in the ballgame for the first time, so they've got 2 running backs in the backfield, 1 on each side. Handoff goes to Greeley. Greeley's going to be hit at the 45 and dropped right there after a yard gain.
That was a nice play by Spencer. He read it, set as soon as he crossed the line of scrimmage, followed the handoff, and went right down the line of scrimmage for no gain.
So it will be 3rd down and call it 9 yards to go early in this contest in the first quarter of play. And right now Greeley has carried the ball a majority of the time here for the Beavers. 8:28 left to go in this first quarter, and we've got no score. Greeley, 5 carries in the afternoon, 17 yards so far for a 3.5 yard per gain average. 3rd down, 9 yards to go. Greeley to the left now. Dropping back, check it, that's Rash under a heavy rush. Coleman, he's going to run it up the middle. We've got a flag thrown into a scrum, and bringing him down is Spencer Kandra. And if that play stands, that's going to be a sack by Kandra, which will be his 6th of the year. But let's see what the flag is. And it will be a hold against Bluffton, and I believe the Lions will probably decline it, since Coleman got right back, lost about a half a yard on the play, and it'll bring up 4th down.
Holding on the offense, number 79. That penalty is declined.
And it will be declined by the Lions. It'll bring up 4th down, 10 yards to go, and punting time for Bluffton.
Yeah, great job by Gavin there, our right defensive end. He was in on a twist stunt, came in unblocked and put pressure on the quarterback, and Coleman had to tuck it.
So Baumgartner will kick it away from his own 44-yard line with 8:03 remaining in this first quarter. Troy Speakman drops back at about the 20. Baumgartner is the 3 men right in front of him for blocking purposes. Good snap. Baumgartner under no rush gets a nice high spiral. Speakman is going to fair catch it at the 19-yard line. That's where the Lions will start when we come back. 7:47 left to go from Schuler Field, and we've got no score. Minutemen Staffing wants you. If you have warehouse, forklift, welding, general labor, or any other kind of industry experience, give Minutemen a call at 579-0010. We'll put you to work within 24 hours. We go that extra mile to make sure your new position will be the right one. That's what separates Minutemen Staffing from the rest. Located in Fairfield at 6600 Dixie Highway. Minutemen Staffing. Call today, 579-0010. Minutemen is an equal opportunity employer.
Chayton Tomlin dropping back to pass, throws it over the middle to Pankey on the crossover. He takes it out to the 30, 35, and he's going to be run out of bounds at the 37-yard line. 18 yards on the completion for Chayton Tomlin to Pankey, and it's a first down for the Lions.
Great job by Tomlin. He got back in there. You can see his senior leadership. Didn't let that interception phasing. Hits Pankey on a nice little under route.
First and 10 for the Lions from their own 37-yard line. Lions going from right to left. 4-3 defense by Bluffton. Beecham in the backfield gets the handoff around the right-hand side to the 40, to the 45. Cuts it to the left-hand side. He's into the clear to the 25-20. 15-10-5. Beecham scores. Wow.
What a job up front, Dave. Boy, I think I could have hit that hole, but Beecham just accelerated and then broke a couple arm tackles right there in the middle of the secondary and just flat out turned the afterjets on and just he was scored by 5 yards easy.
63 yards on the touchdown run for Cornell Beecham, and he's trying to make a case for his second consecutive Offensive Player of the Week award.
Well, he's off to a good start.
Dufresne in to attempt the extra point. Low snap, but they get it down, and the kick is up, and the kick is good. 7:07 left to go in period number 1. It's now Mount St. Joseph 7 and Bluffton nothing on the UltimateSportsTalk.com radio network. Decided a tattoo you had done isn't for you anymore, but you don't want to go through the long, tedious, and sometimes painful removal process? Now you can have it removed using the innovative Pico Way laser technology from Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers. They're on the leading edge of tattoo removal. Located in Greater Cincinnati at 119 Fairfield Avenue in Bellevue, Kentucky. Schedule a free consultation today by calling 866-219-0672. Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers. 63-yard touchdown run for Cornell Beecham. And the Lions now lead it with 7:07 left to go in the first quarter, 7-0. Boy, just one handoff and he's gone.
Boy, it's good to have that explosiveness, you know. I mean, you got Tomlin who can throw the ball and hit all kinds of receivers, usually hitting 8 or more in a game. But, boy, you got him in the backfield. Beecham sure adds a little bit more to that offense.
Rash and Maxwell back set to return for Bluffton as Murray will kick it off, and it will be taken in by Rash at the 10. Cuts to the near side, to the 15, to the 20, into the clear, to the 25. He'll spin to the 30 and be brought down at about the 32-yard line. Looked like Peyton Luger's coming away with the tackle on that play, and it'll be first down for Bluffton. First and 10 in their own territory at the 32. Nice return of 22 yards by Rash.
Did a great job hitting it up in there. You know, he found a little seam, but fortunately we didn't let him take it to the house. And now we got to go back on D and do our job again here.
Dantes Rash, a junior, 5'7", 173 pounds with that return. He'll stay in the backfield now, taking the place of Greeley, and he moves off to the right. Ball in the far hash mark. Trips out to the near side for Bluffton on first and 10. Handoff, fake handoff, Rash. Now Coleman rolls out to the right. Now he's got to roll back to the left under a heavy rush by Kandra. Kandra is going to grab him, and Coleman is going to flip it out of bounds, but they're going to say Kandra got the sack. That's his second consecutive sack.
Should be a flag, Dave. That was behind the line of scrimmage. The ball never made it there.
They're going to say he was already down.
Boy, he got away with one because that would have been intentional grounding.
Kandra with another sack. He's got 7 on the year. He came in with 5 from Elder High School, the 220-pound senior defensive end. Boy, he's having himself an outstanding season.
Love watching him play. He's got a high motor, and he never gives up.
He's on the right side now as it's second down. Call it 18 yards to go. Back to the 22-yard line. Handoff up the middle goes to Rash. Rash across the 25, out to the 28. That's a gain of about 4, make it 5 on the play. Brings up third down 13. And the Lions will bring in their nickel defense. Third down 13, 5:55 remaining in this first quarter. Lions lead it 7-0. Coleman looks over to the sideline to Aaron Krebs to get the play call. Coming out wide to the right-hand side is Drake Campbell. Going out wide to the left is Maxwell. Check that. That's McLaren. Now moving in motion is Childs to the far side. Dropping back Coleman on 3rd and 13. Looks over the middle. Throws a pass up in the middle, and it goes to Childs. Incomplete through his hands.
Yeah, that's a good ball, Dave.
Childs should have come down with that ball. He wouldn't have had the first down. He probably would have been a couple yards shy. Yeah, but it still should have come down with it.
Definitely a good ball. He should have had that one. That was a good read by him. We had man-to-man coverage underneath, and we had a linebacker on him coming out of the backfield.
So it brings up 4th down, 13 yards to go with 5:24 remaining in this first period. And Baumgartner will drop back for his 3rd punt of the afternoon. Good snap again. Baumgartner gets another good punt. That's going to hit over on the far side at about the 41, take a mount bounce, and it'll be down at the 44-yard line.
It's just become a game of field position. Right now, the Mount has won that war with the one series. The Beavers have moved the ball, and I think they had 2 first downs, but nothing after that.
23-yard punt for Baumgartner. Chayton Tomlin, 3 for 4 passing, 35 yards, but Cornell Beecham, get this, 2 carries, 99 yards.
I got a feeling he's going to see it again right here.
He had 81 last week, which was a career high, so he's broken his career high. And Tomlin's going to flip it out into the flat to Beecham, complete across the 45 to the 50 and into Bluffton territory. He'll be chased down and run out of bounds at about the 42-yard line after a 13-yard gain.
Just a simple swing pass, and Beecham just does a little stutter step and then explodes for a first down.
You want to get him about 20 touches a game. And, well, I'll tell you right now, if you look at the passing and the running that he has had so far, that's his 2nd catch. And he's had 4 so far in this first quarter. 1st and 10 for the Lions in Bluffton territory at the 42. Receivers trips out to the near side. Pankey out to the far side for the Lions. Ball in the far hash mark. Fake handoff. Tomlin rolls out to the right. Still plenty of time. He's going to throw the ball up the right sideline. Complete on the play to Pankey near the first down marker at the 32 before he skipped out of bounds, and it will be a first down for the Lions.
Yeah, nice job by Tomlin and Pankey. He got rushed out of the pocket there, and he was going to run the ball, but Pankey comes back, makes a nice catch to get a first down.
Boy, 2 telltale signs you're an unbeaten team in first place. First of all, the crowd. Secondly, the TV stations are here. Going to be a lot of film on TV tonight. First down, 10 yards to go for the Lions at their 32-yard line of Bluffton. Tomlin looking over to the sideline to Caleb Carrill for the sign. The play call. Play clock down to 5. Tomlin's got to look at it. Now it's down to 2. Gets the play off, though. Drops straight back. Looks over the middle. Good protection. Now he rolls out to the right-hand side. He's going to throw it into the end zone. He's got Minor complete at the 5, and he's got the ball at the 4.
Wow, great catch by Paul Minor. The ball was just thrown up a little bit underthrown, but Paul went up and got it. I think the defensive guy had it as well, but as we know, that goes to the offensive receiver.
26 yards on the reception to Paul Minor, and boy, they used his athleticism to the utmost there as he went up and just took it away from the DB. First and goal for the Lions with 3:35 remaining in this first quarter. They already lead at 7-0. Brock comes out wide. Check it. That's Kinhalt out to the right-hand side, left-hand side. Murphy slot left. Pankey on the right side. Hand off to Beecham. He's going to take it in for the score behind the left tackle.
Boy, what a great job by the O-line. Just a simple little counter. He gets the handoff to Tomlin, and then there was a wide open hole there. They did another great job and another good series by the Lions.
Second touchdown of the afternoon by Beecham. That puts him over 100 yards rushing on the afternoon. And Caleb Carrill came right out and gave a big hug to both Paul Minor and Chase Pankey as they came off the field.
Yes, he did. I was watching it as well, Dave. You got to do that when kids make special plays, you know. And they both did on that one as Minor went up and grabbed that ball from the DB, as you said, and that was a big play in this series.
Dufresne makes the extra point, so with 3:18 left to go in this first quarter, it's now the Mount 14, Bluffton nothing. You're listening to Mount St. Joseph football on UltimateSportsTalk.com. Every day is a great day at the Wishbone Tavern in the Delhi Plaza.
The Wishbone Tavern still serves the best wings and burgers in town, but now they offer brunch on Saturday and Sunday starting at 10 a.m. And for your next event, use the Wishbone Tavern's party room, capable of holding up to 60 people. Contact Nicole for a reservation. With a menu full of fresh ingredients, hand-breaded appetizers, and a relaxed family-type atmosphere, your good time will begin when you walk in the door. The Wishbone Tavern in the Delhi Plaza, a proud member of the community, open Monday through Friday at 11, Saturday and Sunday at 10.
Well, we didn't go over this on the pregame show, but the Division III Top 25 rankings came out earlier this week, and Mount St. Joseph did not make the Top 25, but they did crank the votes. They got 1. So if they keep this up, they could crack the top 25 before the season gets over. Murray is going to kick it off. It'll be taken in by Rash at his 3. Cuts it to the middle of the field, and he's going to be tackled up near the shoulder pads and dropped at about the 15-yard line. Boy, he went down like a sack of potatoes, Dan.
Yes, he did. I'm not sure who that was. Was that number 33 or 32?
Looked like 32.
Boy, he laid a hit on him. Great kick by Murray. He got that inside the 5 and good coverage once again.
Was either Sean Sullivan or Julius Fisher that made that tackle on special teams. 1st and 10 for Bluffton, their worst field position of the afternoon. They're back at their own 16-yard line. Back into the ball game is Greeley behind Samuel Coleman. Now he moves off to the left-hand side, ball in the far hash mark, and the handoff to Greeley right up the middle. Now cuts it to the right side, and he'll be brought down at about the 17-yard line on the play. He's brought down by Gavin Brennan.
Yeah, he's having a heck of a game, man. He's another high motor kid. I think he's the other end opposite of Spence, and he does a nice job. He doesn't look like he's a very big kid, but he's very physical up front.
2nd down, 8 yards to go for the Beavers with the football in their own territory at the 17-yard line, 2:39 and running left to go in this first quarter. Lions lead at 14-0. Boy, have we got a halftime show for you coming up. Luke Fickle on his press conference earlier this week talking about Tulsa. Moving in motion to the near side is McLaren, and McLaren is going to get the little touch pass, bringing it around on the jet sweep, and he's going to be brought down right at the 18-yard line. The Lions read that play completely.
That was Gavin once again. He just stood his man up and just strung it out and then just waited for him to cut it back, and he makes the tackle. Great job. Gavin's having a heck of a game right now. Hopefully he'll continue to play that way.
And correction, that was Plummy Gardner, the 5'10", 170-pound junior wide receiver coming across with that catch. Brings up 3rd down 7, ball at the 18-yard line. Greeley in the backfield. Drake Campbell comes out wide to the right-hand side. Number 21 dropping back is Coleman. He's going to throw it out to the left. Tried to get it to Greeley and overthrew him by about 5 yards, and that'll bring up punting time now for Bluffton again.
Yeah, that's a great job by our linebackers. We came in on a blitz there, and they were right in his face. It might have been Finn who forced him to throw that ball early.
1:42 remaining in the first quarter. Lions lead it 14-0. Boy, you could tell it's fall. There's bugs all over it.
I see that.
Got a stink bug. You got bees. You got wasps that are flying around looking for some place to hibernate over the winter. 4th down, 7 yards to go for a Beaver first down. They're going to punt the football away from their own 18-yard line. Short punt, but Speakman backpedals to pick it up at about the 35, and he's going to struggle forward out to the 37-yard line. 37-yard punt. 37-yard punt by Baumgartner, his best of the afternoon. Speakman with just a 3-yard return, so a net of 34. And the Lions have it 1st and 10 at their own 38.
This is another big series right here, Dave. You know, last year I believe they scored 21 points in the whole game. If they can go down here and get another touchdown before this quarter, that'd be pretty big, being up 21-0 going into the second quarter.
Ken Halt goes out wide to the right-hand side. Coming out wide to the left is Pankey. Tomlin, 6 of 7 passing, 87 yards. Handoff goes to Beecham off the left side to the 40, 45, and he almost broke that one too. And it was just a leg-saving tackle as they brought him down at the 47-yard line.
Boy, did they barely get him down. He was gone if that guy doesn't make that arm tackle.
Kalen Johnson, came up from his safety position to make that tackle. And 9 yards on the carry for Beecham. And it's 2nd down, a yard to go at the 47. Minute 10 left to go in this first quarter of play. Tomlin has receivers out wide on both sides. Beecham off his right hip, ball in the near hash mark. Dropping back, Tomlin throws it out into the left flat, complete to Pankey, and he's going to struggle forward to midfield. He's got a 3-yard gain and a first down for the Lions right at the midfield stripe.
Beecham just adds that extra dimension right now. You know, you got the defense thinking, do we play 7 in the box or do we load it up with an 8th guy? You do that means you're playing man-to-man coverage on his receivers, and boy, the Lions would love to see that as well.
So it's 1st and 10 for the Lions right at midfield. We're under 40 seconds to go in this first quarter. Moving in motion to the far side is Brock, leaving Pankey alone on the left-hand side. Tomlin's going to throw it over the middle, complete to Murphy. Murphy at the 42 to the 40, struggles inside the 40, down to the 37-yard line, and he's got the first down. The Bluffton Beavers are saying there was a fumble on the play. The officials are coming in. Let's see if they signal it's down or not. The officials are going to talk about it. Both sides are screaming, we've still got the football, or we've got the football. And the officials are going to continue to chat about it. Nick Murphy wanted to get inside and state his case. And now it's just a waiting game on what the officials are going to call, and it will be a fumble by Murphy, and Bluffton has recovered the football.
Yeah, that's a tough call. Obviously, they sat there and talked about it. I'm sure they got it right. But, you know, you can't blame Murph there trying to get that extra yard, lowered his head and shoulder, and just put it down. Unfortunately, he fumbled the ball.
Second turnover in this first quarter by the Lions, but they still lead at 14-0.
Yeah, that's a good sign. We're still up 14-0. But, man, you want to eliminate these mistakes. It could be up, 21 or 28-0.
So Bluffton recovers it at their own 37-yard line. That's where they've got it. 1st and 10. And they bring Markoff out wide to the right-hand side. McLaren goes out wide to the left. Slot left is Adam Duncan, who's into the football game. And the handoff goes to Greeley. Greeley cuts it up to the 40-yard line where he'll be smacked and brought down by Peyton Williams and David Guck. Sean Sullivan got in there also. Boy, they're going to give him a kind spot out to the 41. Wow. Makes it a 3-yard gain, and that'll be the end of the first quarter of play here from Schuler Field. Lions, 2 touchdowns, 2 turnovers, but they lead it here as we head into the second quarter of action. Your score, it's Mount St. Joseph 14 and Bluffton nothing.
Minutemen Staffing wants you. Currently, Minutemen has more positions than workers. Are you in need of work? Maybe a change in direction? Were you laid off and need money to tide you over? Minutemen can help you out. In most cases, on a temporary to permanent work assignment. Many companies have realized the advantages of hiring all their workers through Minutemen Staffing. If you have warehouse, forklift, welding, general labor, or any other kind of industry experience, give Minutemen a call at 513-579-0010 or stop in at 6600 Dixie Highway in Fairfield to fill out an application. We'll put you to work within 24 hours. We go the extra mile to make sure your new position will be the right one. That's what separates Minutemen Staffing from the rest. With more than 35 years experience in the area, Minutemen Staffing can turn your life around. We're proud that we're helping put Cincinnati back to work. Minutemen Staffing, located in Fairfield at 6600 Dixie Highway. Minutemen Staffing, call today at 579-0010. Minutemen Staffing is an equal opportunity employer.
Well, as we switch ends of the field here to begin this second quarter of play, Lions lead at 14-0. And they will be going from left to right across your computer screen to start this second quarter of action. Dave Mitchell, Dan Benjamin back here at Schuler Field for you. And Coleman is going to fake handoff, throw it out into the right flat, and it is complete on the right-hand side to Elijah Maxwell. Maxwell is going to struggle forward out near midfield. He's got a pickup of 12 and a first down.
Yeah, nice ball right there by Coleman. And, that's about all he can get. When he drops back and tries to throw deep, we're getting too much pressure on him. So they're going to take the little short, dinky routes and try and get upfield here a little bit on the yards after catch.
Hey, while we've got a moment, I want to wish a happy anniversary to Tyler Hopperton's parents. The Hoppertons celebrated their 38th wedding anniversary. Don't want to shortchange them.
Don't shortchange them.
38 years of wedded bliss for the Hoppertons. Congratulations to them. Alice is one of my followers on Twitter. That's how I knew that. Coleman drops back, throws it out to the right side, and it's going to be a flag thrown against Noah Abel as he tried to jump the route and ended up knocking down Ryan Markoff.
Yep, definitely got there a little too early, but you know what? You can live with that young man. He's done a great job all year at the corner position.
So it'll be a pass interference penalty against Noah Abel.
Automatic.
And it'll bring with it an automatic first down. They'll spot the ball at the 45-yard line, spot of the foul. And it'll be first down, 10 yards to go for Bluffton in Mount territory.
That might be the first time all day they've been in over the 50 here, Dave.
I think you're right. I have to go back and look at the play-by-play chart, but I think you're right, Dan. So it's first down, 10 yards to go. Coleman moves Greeley off to his left-hand side. Childs slot left. McLaren out wide left. They're going to throw it to Childs on the bubble screen, and he picks it up off the turf, gets it to the 40, inside the 40, down to the 35-yard line. Nice run by Childs after he made a nice catch off his shoe tops. They're going to give him out to the 33-yard line, and that's a gain of 13 and a first down again for Bluffton.
Just a great call by Bluffton. They had the right call. They caught the backers in a blitz, and they threw that little bubble pass out there, and as you said, he made a great catch, with the low pass out there, and a nice job breaking the tackle.
We've just begun this second quarter of play. Lions lead at 14-0. Next week, back on the road. 4 o'clock with the kickoff next week, by the way. Keep that in mind. 4 o'clock from Terre Haute against Rose-Hulman, the Fighting Engineers. First and 10 from the 33. Handoff, fake handoff. Greeley. Coleman drops back, throws it over the middle, tried to get it to McLaren, and it's incomplete. Knocked away by Troy Speakman on a good defensive play. Brings up second down. Second down, 10 yards to go. Dan, you've had a busy day today. You had practice this morning.
Yeah, we were in bright and early. Girls got there at 8:30. We were in there about 7:40. Got it done, and then took a little lunch break and came over here. Now we're seeing a great day of football going on, and right now I'm loving what I see out of the Lions, and hopefully we can get a stop here and force a punt.
The only thing that would make your day better is if Notre Dame was playing tonight, right?
I'm glad they're off.
Hand off to Greeley up the middle on 2nd and 10. Puts a couple of spin moves on and is finally brought down on the play at the 31-yard line by Sean Sullivan. And Peyton Williams came up to put a lick on him also. Gain of 2.
Peyton came flying up from that safety position to get that hit in on him. Did a nice job, as you said earlier. It's going to take a couple guys to bring him down.
This Lions secondary is easily the fastest in the Heartland Conference. But we haven't seen Hanover yet, but they've got to really be fast to beat this team.
Yeah, I like how fast they play and how physical they play. You have to do that. You got to make a split decision on if you're going to come flying up or you're going to stay back and cover.
And Peyton Lugers is probably the hardest hitting player, and he didn't play football last year. Third down, 8 yards to go from the 31, dropping back Coleman out of the shotgun, throws it up the left-hand side, incomplete to McLaren. Troy Speakman with coverage, and it's fourth down and 8 yards to go from the 31, and what will Aaron Krebs decide to do? He's looking things over, trying to make up his mind.
Don't gain a whole lot if you punt this ball. Goes in the end zone. You might get lucky and get it inside the 5, but I'm not so sure they're ready to take that risk down 14.
Baumgartner's longest field goal of the year has been 35 yards, so this would be longer than that, so they're going to roll the dice and go for it on fourth.
Yep, you're 0-5 and 0-2 in the conference. Why not?
McLaren out wide to the left. Markoff wide right. Out to the right-hand side in the slot is Maxwell. Fake handoff. Coleman's going to throw it over the middle, and it is incomplete, almost intercepted by Peyton Lugers, but he let it go right through his hands and incomplete.
He missed his tight end, Dave. I don't think the tight end turned around quick enough. He had him open, and I think the tight end just, if he turns his head, he catches that ball a lot quicker, and they get a first down. But nice job by the Lions defense.
Lions get the football back on the turnover on downs. 1st and 10 at their own 31-yard line, going from left to right. 12:37 left to go in this first half. Boy, at halftime we got a great show for you. Luke Fickle, and then a conversation about the Michigan-Penn State game tonight. Trips out to the far side for the Lions, ball in the near hash mark, and Tomlin is going to be thrown down. Boy, mix-up on the play. Cornell Beecham went to the right, and Tomlin went to hand it off to the left, and Beecham wasn't there. And he ended up losing 6 yards on the play and brings up 2nd and 16.
Yeah, Tomlin was in unfamiliar territory right there. He turned to look for Beecham, and he wasn't there. But the one mistake he made is he tried to run where the hole was. He should have just followed Beecham.
I'm not sure he had enough time.
He probably didn't.
I'm not sure.
He definitely looks
no
surprised.
Disrespect to Chayton, but I don't think he could follow Beecham. He'd end up about 20 yards behind. 2nd and 16, dropping back from the 24. Tomlin throws over the middle. He's got Minor, and he almost came down with an incredible catch. He went up one-handed it and then got hit
right in the solar plexus, and he is still down. An incomplete pass. It'll bring up 3rd and 16, but Minor took a shot to the ribs.
Yeah, he had to try to make a one-handed catch. Exposed his ribs, as you said. We're just hoping the wind's just knocked out of him.
Boy, that was almost an incredible catch by Paul Minor, but he could not come down with it, and he is down on the sideline, and they are looking him over. It looks like that's all it is, Bear, is just he got the wind knocked out of him as he's up, and now he'll walk off under his own power.
Yeah. Good young man, and, does a great job at tight end for the Lions, and glad to see him back up on his feet.
Scores around the league. Rose-Hulman blanking Anderson 21-0. That's the Lions' foe next week. And Manchester is leading Franklin 7-0 in the second quarter. That could be considered a mini upset this early. So it's 3rd down, 16 yards to go. Minor out of the ball game. Tomlin's going to go with an empty backfield, and now he's going to bring in Trevor Tomey. Tomey's going to stay in for protection. Kinhall, Brock, and Beecham are going to go out wide to the left-hand side. Pankey all alone on the right side. Ball in the middle of the field. 3rd down, 16. Bluffton just showing a prevent defense. Tomlin drops back. Looks over the middle. Now he's going to cut out to the near side. Looks up the field. Can't find anyone. Now throws it to Pankey. He's got the ball, and it is going to be, they're going to call it complete near the 43-yard line. They're going to say, no, he was out of bounds.
Boy, that took him an awful long time to call that. I don't think he saw it.
Tyler Hopperton really giving an earful to that side judge and the head linesman. We could not see it, Bear, so we can't give an honest disclosure of it, but he was pretty close. They had to really take a close look at it before they finally signaled it incomplete.
Yes, they did, but, man, he took an awful long time to make that call.
4th and 16 from the 25-yard line. Suchomsky in to punt it away, got it away, and he's going to be hit. A flag will be dropped. It'll take him mount bounce at the 40 inside the 35 and be down at the 33-yard line. That's going to be a 42-yard punt by Suchomsky, but I think it's going to come back, and it could be roughing the kicker.
I think you're right, Dave. That's definitely not running into the kicker. It's roughing for sure. That should be an automatic 1st down.
And let's see what the official has to say about it. And his microphone isn't on. Personal foul. It's going to be roughing the kicker, and that will come with it, an automatic 1st down.
Great job by Max. It was a low snap. He got it off, did his job, and then the result of, obviously, the guy roughing gets him a 1st down.
Clemson on top of Louisville now in the 3rd quarter, 17-3. Wisconsin beating Illinois 20-7. Auburn over Arkansas 17-3. Florida and South Carolina still tied up at 17. And Iowa is leading Purdue 16-7. That's a look at the games that are going on right now in top 25 Division I college football. 11:30 to go in this first half. 14-0 Mount on top of it. And it's 1st down as they place the ball at the 40-yard line in Mount's territory. So they're 60 yards away from pay dirt. Beecham to the right of Tomlin. Ball in the center of the field. Receivers out wide on both sides, of course. Tomlin drops back. Good protection. He's going to throw it up the right-hand side. Beecham goes up, grabs it, but he's out of bounds when he caught the football.
Yeah, he ran out of room there. They were trying to get him out of that backfield and run him up on a wheel route down the sideline with the linebacker covering him. Just didn't develop quick enough, and like I said, he ran out of room.
Dylan Schaefer from that hotbed of high school football, Shelby, Ohio. They've always had a good football program. Made the play on that, pushing Beecham out of bounds. 2nd down, 10 yards to go for the Lions. Beecham now is going to come out of the backfield, line up slot right, Pankey wide right, so the explosiveness is on the right-hand side this time. 2 receivers out wide on the other side. Hand off to Trevor Tomey right up the middle, and he's going to take it to the 44-yard line, so the change of pace back Tomey this week. Gains 4 in the play, brings up 3rd and 6. Michael Williamson out of the game, by the way, with that sprained ankle.
Yeah, he probably won't see the game today. They got 2 good running backs right there in Tomey and Beecham. That's a nice little run by him. Picked up 4. He almost broke that.
So it brings up 3rd down, 6 yards to go. Beecham's going to line up in the backfield now as Tomey leaves. Now Beecham's going to move in motion to the far side, leaving the backfield. Tomlin takes the snap, looks over the middle. He's got Beecham complete at midfield, and he's going to be brought down at the 45-yard line. That's 11 yards of the completion, and then another 1st down for the Lions.
Great route by Beecham. He went in motion, as you said, Dave, from right to left, and does a little in and out. and comes right back across the middle of the field, and good composure by Tomlin to hit him on stride.
Beecham's third catch of the afternoon for 31 yards, and Tomlin now 9 for 13 on the afternoon for 113 yards and an interception. 1st and 10 for the Lions at the 44 of Bluffton. And the handoff goes to Beecham around the near side, the right side to the 40. And I thought he lost the football the way that he looked back, and he gets knocked out of bounds at about the 35-yard line. That's a gain of 9 yards on the run by Beecham.
Yeah, that was a great job running the ball. I mean, up front did a good job. I think he got caught in a little scrum almost there and didn't know where he could go.
Beecham's got 32 yards receiving this afternoon and 121 yards on the ground. So he's over 150 yards in total offense. And Tomlin throws over the middle, complete to Pankey at the 24, and he's going to be dropped right there at the 24-yard line by Loudon Saulbeamer.
Pankey with a nice catch, nice route on the dig route, but does a heck of a job staying focused on the pass and avoiding the linebackers who's trying to hit him at the same time.
So with 9.5 left to go in this first half, still 14-0 Mount, but they're on the move. 1st and 10 at the 25 of Bluffton. Boy, what an offensive performance by not only Beecham but Tomlin here this afternoon. Trevor Tomey in the backfield now, lines up to the right. Receivers out wide on both sides. Paul Miner lines up tight end left. Ball in the center of the field on 1st and 10. Dropping back, Tomlin throws over the middle into the end zone, and he overthrew badly Paul Miner, and incomplete.
Yeah, he had him for a split second there. I'm not so sure they were on the same page. It almost looked like Paul was getting ready to check up his route, but Tomlin overthrew him.
8:57 left to go in this first half of play. Substitutions coming in on both sides. Ken Hall goes out wide to the left-hand side. Brock slot left. Cooper Earls into the ballgame now. He's out wide right, taking the place of Pankey. Dropping back is Tomlin. Hands it off to Beecham off the left-hand side to the 20, to the 15, to the 10. Spin move, and he's inside the 10, and he'll be brought down at the 8-yard line. What a play by Beecham.
What a move. He absolutely spun out of that tackle, and I think the tackler put his head down and didn't even make contact with him. But what a great run by Beecham.
12 yards on the run by Cornell Beecham, and it is 1st and 10 for the Lions at the 8 of Bluffton. Beecham off to the right-hand side. Boy, that is just an amazing run by Beecham. Tomlin with the receivers out wide on both sides. Ball in the center of the field on 1st and goal. Dropping back, Tomlin looks into the end zone. He has got Pankey, but he overthrew him again. Incomplete.
Yeah, pretty good coverage right there. And, he had no window to throw it into. He might have thrown that one away because he threw it behind him high.
Tomlin came into this afternoon's game throwing 17 touchdown passes in the last 3 games. But today he has got none. He's got an interception. And the Lions are still on top of it 14-0 because they've found another offensive weapon in Cornell Beecham.
Absolutely. I'd love to see him get the ball here, see if he can't get this in the end zone or darn close.
Beecham lines up behind Tomlin in the pistol. Hand off to Beecham around the left-hand side. Cuts it to the 5. Breaks a tackle into the end zone. Is he in? Touchdown, Cornell Beecham. His 3rd of the afternoon, and it's 20-0.
Just a nice, simple stretch play to the left. O-line does a great job, and the receivers are doing a nice job downfield blocking.
Beecham with the 8-yard touchdown run, and with 8:05 to go in this first half, it's now 20-0 Mount St. Joseph. Spencer Dufresne will come in to attempt the extra point. Dufresne with 2 of them already this afternoon. And he kicks that one up, and it is good. 8:05 left to go in this first half. Your score, Mount St. Joseph 21, Bluffton 0 on UltimateSportsTalk.com. Life should be enjoyed, so get up and start. At Iron Sharpens Iron Personal Training, they develop a healthy relationship with you and provide a positive, encouraging environment to train. The staff at Iron Sharpens Iron will set up a personal training system that fits you and you alone. And your first session is free. Are you ready to have fun and get in shape? Iron Sharpens Iron serves the greater Cincinnati area. Check them out at isi-pt.com. That's isi-pt.com. Or call them today at 513-748-1538.
Dave Mitchell, Dan Benjamin back here at Schuler Field, where the Lions now lead at 21-0 on the back of Cornell Beecham's 3 touchdowns today.
Amazing first half for that young man, but the Mount is using him really wisely. Still throwing the ball a little bit, not as much as Tomlin's used to, but when you got a weapon like that, you got to let him do his thing.
Right now, 146 yards rushing for Beecham, 32 yards in reception, so he's got 178 yards in total offense. Kickoff by Murray, taken in by Rash. Rash is going to take it at the 10, out to the 15, to the 20, and he'll be dropped at the 21-yard line. Aaron Krebs over on the Bluffton sideline was screaming for a hog tie tackle, but the official immediately said it was by the shoulder pads. After seeing the game last week in the NFL, where on the Monday night game where they called 2 hands to the face, I think officials are going to be rather leery of calling anything up close around the head this week.
Yeah, it's going to get to the point where they're going to review those things as well, just because they're missing them. And, and they're crucial plays when you miss them.
So it's 1st and 10 for Bluffton, under 8 minutes to go in the first half. Down 21-0 at their own 21-yard line. Coleman drops back, looks over the middle. Good protection. Now he breaks down, and he's going to be brought down on the play by the Lions defense, Noah Hammond.
Great job. They gave him time, Dave, but we had really good coverage in secondary, and obviously Noah had enough time to get to him as he stepped up in the pocket.
Noah with his 2nd sack of the season. Loss of 3 on the play brings up 2nd down and 12 yards to go.
Boy, a turnover and a touchdown puts a little bit of nail in the coffin here, especially up 21-0.
Markoff goes out wide to the right for the Beavers. Coming out to the left-hand side is Gardner. Ball on the far hash mark. Fake handoff to Rash. Coleman's going to throw it up the middle, and it is incomplete over the head of Markoff. He was really well protected by Noah Abel, and I think that may have been the reason Coleman threw it over his head.
Yeah, Noah, like I said, I've watched him all year. He's done a heck of a job. He had the one mistake the last series, had the interference call, but he's right there ready to make a play. Nice job by Noah.
Slusher and Fisher into the ball game now for the Lions as they go with that nickel defense. 3rd down, 13 yards to go. 7-11. We'll be on the air next week. Keep this in mind. 3 o'clock with Rewind next week from Terre Haute. 4 o'clock is the kickoff.
Take a timeout here possibly, Dave, with 5 seconds on the play clock.
Coleman shifts Rash over to the left-hand side. 2 seconds. Got the play off. And the handoff goes to Rash off the left-hand side. He'll take it from the 18 out to the 21-yard line, the original line of scrimmage, gain of 3. And it will bring up 4th down, 10 yards to go for the Beavers, and they'll bring in Baumgartner to punt the ball away.
Yeah, I really felt they should have called timeout there. They just kind of conceded that down there, and now they're going to punt deep in their own territory. Any kind of mishap here, you're giving up another score.
Baumgartner from Toledo, Ohio, Start High School, will punt the ball away. His 6th punt of the afternoon. Speakman will drop back at his own 45 as they'll kick this away from the 20. 6:30 and running left to go in this first half. Good snap. Baumgartner will right-foot it away. Another good high end-over-end spiral that Speakman is going to let hit at the 40. It'll take a mount bounce back outside the 40 and be downed at the 42-yard line. It's a 38-yard punt by Baumgartner. No return. And the Lions will start 1st and 10 from their own 42.
Well, let's see if Coach is ready to take a shot here.
At halftime, we'll hear from Luke Fickle in his weekly press conference about the Tulsa game coming up this afternoon, and also the CBS crew will preview the Penn State-Michigan game tonight in the Big Ten. That's a big one. All that coming up at halftime here on Ultimate Sports Talk. 1st and 10 for the Lions from their own 42. Beecham off to the right hip of Tomlin. Ball in the center of the field. Trips out to the far side and throws out to the left-hand flat. Complete to Brock, and Brock is going to be brought down at the 45-yard line. Gain of about 3 on the play brings up 2nd and 7. And we've got over on the far side, Dan, Zach Nobis, who wasn't expected to play today, is warming up on the sideline. The sophomore quarterback looks like maybe he's getting ready for some action.
Well, they're going to have to do something because they have not moved the ball at all except for the one series.
So it's 2nd down 7 at the 45-yard line. Tomlin with Beecham off to the right. Beecham's going to get the handoff, brings it off to the right-hand side, switches hands, brings it to the near side to 50, cuts back up the middle to the 45, to the near side to the 40, and he's going to be run out of bounds at the 38-yard line.
Boy, he is an exciting runner.
Oh, my gosh. What a run by Beecham. That was about 17 yards on the play, and it's a first down in Bluffton territory at the 38.
So explosive with that first step. I mean, he stopped twice there and exploded right past the defensive guy.
First and 10 for the Lions. Beecham stays into the game at the backfield. He's well over 100 yards rushing in this one, about near 150. Trips out to the far side. Tomlin on first and 10. Throws it out into the flat, and it is in and out of the hands of Chase Pankey, incomplete.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what defense Bluffton's running here. They've got 5 in the box, and they're conceding to let you have the run. You know, I guess they're saying you're not going to throw the ball on us since you guys throw it so well.
Pankey tried to run with the football before he caught it and ended up dropping it. Second down, 10 yards to go. Ball in the near hash mark. Chase comes out to the near side, trips out to the far side with Brock and Kinhold, along with Murphy. Tomlin, handoff up the middle to Beecham. Beecham cuts it to the 35, or he'll be brought down immediately after a 3-yard gain. Beecham comes into the ball game. He's a sophomore out of Winton Woods in Cincinnati, but Cornell is not very big. When you look at him, he's 5'8", 175 pounds, but his thighs, as we have said throughout the weeks, Dan, are bigger than his waist.
He's definitely a well-built young man. He's hard to bring down because he's so powerful.
Third down, 7 yards to go. Tomlin's going to throw it over the middle, complete to Pankey. He caught it that time at the 24-yard line, and he's got a first down after a 15-yard pickup on the reception.
Yes, great job up front. The Beavers came with the blitz right there, brought all linebackers, and the O-line did a great job communicating, giving Tomlin time.
You know, when you look at Beecham, he's got the thighs of Earl Campbell, but you know who he reminds me of is Greg Pruitt.
Oh, yeah.
The old Oklahoma running back. That was when they had the tearaway jerseys. You couldn't bring that kid down. Empty backfield now for the Lions. First and 10 from the 24. Throw out into the left flat. This time complete to Pankey, and he's going to run out of bounds at the 17-yard line. That's a gain of 6 on the reception. Brings up 2nd and 4.
Another nice ball by Tomlin. I think he took a little bit of a hit there, but they gave him enough time to get rid of it, and the Beavers are starting to bring a little bit more pressure. They just don't have an answer right now for the Mount offense.
This Lions offense, after the Anderson game, really seemed to pick up a lot of confidence in each other, and they have just been a machine over the last 5 games. Second down, 4. Handoff to Beecham around the right side. He's got the first down to the 12-yard line is where they'll spot him. And a gain of 5 on the carry and a first down for the Lions at the 12 of Bluffton. 3:18 left to go in the half.
A 5-yard gain down to the...
Brings up first down, 10 yards to go. Lions can pick up a first down without scoring.
Yeah, I think if they keep handing the ball off right now, you know, like I said, the Beavers cannot stop them no matter what they choose to do.
First and 10 from the Beavers' 12. Beecham to the left-hand side of Tomlin. Lions going from left to right. Tomlin takes the snap, drops back, good protection, flips it off to Beecham, hit the 15 to the 10, cuts to the near side, now cuts back to the middle of the field, and he's going to be stacked up. Now he's going to break a couple of tackles and be brought down at the 14-yard line. That's a play there, Dan, where he probably should have just put his head down and gotten as much as he could.
I'm sure the coaches will remind him of that when they watch film, but how do you tell a young man who's broke many a tackle to not do what he does? So you got to let him play, and that's what you're doing is getting him touches and let him be an athlete.
On that 90-yard touchdown pass that he ran last week against Manchester, I think 10 of the 11 defensive guys got a hand on him. And he still went 90, which is a Mount record. Second down, a long 10 yards to go for the Lions. Ball back at the 13-yard line. Tomlin with Beecham to his left. Drops straight back, looking into the end zone. He's going to throw the fade in the left corner. He's got Brock. He goes up. He caught it in the back corner of the end zone. Is he in? They're going to give it to him. Touchdown!
Good ball by Tomlin again. Put it where only our receiver can catch it, but another great job up front with the O-line.
Boy, that offensive line has really done a job here this afternoon, even without the starting left tackle, Isaiah Trimble.
Yeah, I don't know who's been filling in for him, but boy, they haven't missed a beat. They're doing a great job, and that's a sign of a good team.
Andrew Weeks has been in there at that left tackle for most of the afternoon. 27-0, and Dufresne with the extra point attempt is up. He's 4 for 4, and it's good. 1:54 remaining in this first half. Your score, Mount St. Joseph 28, Bluffton nothing on UltimateSportsTalk.com.
The School of Health Sciences at Mount St. Joseph University is a proven leader in healthcare education. The Mount offers bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees in nursing, including a blended online RN to BSN program and the innovative MSN Magellan program. For nearly 100 years, Mount St. Joseph University has produced outstanding healthcare professionals. Learn more at msj.edu/health sciences.
Every day is a great day at the Wishbone Tavern in the Delhi Plaza. The Wishbone Tavern still serves the best wings and burgers in town, but now they offer brunch on Saturday and Sunday starting at 10 a.m. And for your next event, use the Wishbone Tavern's party room, capable of holding up to 60 people. Contact Nicole for a reservation. With a menu full of fresh ingredients, hand-breaded appetizers, and a relaxed family-type atmosphere, your good time will begin when you walk in the door. The Wishbone Tavern in the Delhi Plaza, a proud member of the community. Open Monday through Friday at 11, Saturday and Sunday at 10.
Maxwell and Rash set to receive this kickoff, and Rash will take it near the near sideline at about the 15, cuts to the far sideline at the 20, breaks a tackle, and is finally brought down by Peyton Williams at about the 20-yard line.
Well, let's see what Bluffton's going to do here, Dave. Down 28-0, really haven't done a whole lot either phase of the game, to be honest with you. I'm not so sure they're going to force anything down the field. But again, you're 0-5 and 0-2 in the conference. What do you got to lose?
So with 1:45 to go in this first half, and they're going to mark it back to the 20-yard line. Did they call a penalty or something? Because it looked like he was running backwards with the football.
I didn't see a flag.
I didn't either, but they looked like they were going to spot it at the 25, then took it back to the 20. Nonetheless, Coleman is still in at quarterback. He's going to hand it off to Rash around the left-hand side. He's going to be bottled up and brought down at the 19-yard line by Troy Speakman. But the man who really blew the play up looked like it was... Boy, I'm trying to...
Was that the linebacker?
Yeah, it was the linebacker on the play. Adam Slusher. Slusher really blew the thing up.
Yeah, he did a great job stretching it, even further. And as you said, Speakman came in and cleaned that one up.
Lions are expecting pass, so they've got their nickel package in. Loss of a yard on the play brings up second down and 11 yards to go. Going out wide to the right-hand side for the Beavers is Duncan. He came in as their leading receiver, but he hasn't even been targeted this afternoon. Handoff goes to Rash, and Rash takes it across the 20. He's going to spin and get out across the 25 and be brought down at about the 26-yard line. Slusher in on the tackle again, along with Peyton Lugers. And it also looked like maybe Alex McQueen was in on that also.
I thought the Mount might take a timeout there, but Coach Hop decides not to.
And Rash is trying to get his shoe back on. The officials are giving him plenty of time, but Rash is just going to end up going off the field. They're going to bring in Greeley. 25 seconds and running. Don't forget Luke Fickle coming up at halftime. The CBS crew talking about the Penn State-Michigan game. All that coming up at halftime. 28-0 Mount on top of it. 14 seconds left to go. Coleman is going to hand it off to Greeley around the left-hand side. He's going to be hit by Sean Sullivan, then brought back down by Gavin Brennan.
Boy, what a play by Sullivan. Read that perfect, took on the blocker, ripped through it, forced the ball back into the middle.
And that'll be a loss of 2, but it isn't going to matter because that's the end of the first half of play. Lions with 4 touchdowns in this first half, and what a performance by Cornell Beecham. Luke Fickle and a preview of the Penn State-Michigan game coming up here at the half. I'm Dave Mitchell with Dan Benjamin, and your score here at the half, it is now Mount St. Joseph 28, Bluffton nothing on UltimateSportsTalk.com. Decided a tattoo you had done isn't for you anymore, but you don't want to go through the long, tedious, and sometimes painful removal process? Now you can have it removed using the innovative Pico Way laser technology from Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers. They're on the leading edge of tattoo removal.
located in Greater Cincinnati at 119 Fairfield Avenue in Bellevue, Kentucky. Schedule a free consultation today by calling 866-219-0672. Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers.
At Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers, we utilize ink analytics, our plastic surgeon-developed diagnostics. Our exclusive ink analytics system lets us measure your tattoo against more than 60,000 treatments completed by our team. Reviewing over 40 unique factors about your skin and tattoo, ink analytics is able to predict the number of treatments you'll need to remove your ink, taking the guesswork out of tattoo removal. Because we're so confident in ink analytics, we guarantee our results, which means if your ink is gone before 8 treatments, we will prorate and give you money back. And if your ink is not gone in 8 treatments, we'll continue to treat you at no cost for up to a year. That's the Invisible Ink guarantee.
Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers works with integrity. Using the innovative Pico-Way laser technology, Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers is on the leading edge. Located in Greater Cincinnati at 119 Fairfield Avenue in Bellevue, Kentucky. Schedule a free consultation today by calling them at 866-219-0672. Minutemen Staffing wants you. Currently, Minutemen has more positions than workers. Are you in need of work? Maybe a change in direction? Were you laid off and need money to tide you over? Minutemen can help you out. In most cases, on a temporary to permanent work assignment. Many companies have realized the advantages of hiring all their workers through Minutemen Staffing. If you have warehouse, forklift, welding, general labor, or any other kind of industry experience, give Minutemen a call at 513-579-0010 or stop in at 6600 Dixie Highway in Fairfield to fill out an application. We'll put you to work within 24 hours. We go the extra mile to make sure your new position will be the right one. That's what separates Minutemen Staffing from the rest. With more than 35 years experience in the area, Minutemen Staffing can turn your life around. We're proud that we're helping put Cincinnati back to work. Minutemen Staffing, located in Fairfield at 6600 Dixie Highway. Minutemen Staffing, call today at 579-0010. Minutemen Staffing is an equal opportunity employer. Welcome back to Schuler Field here in Cincinnati on Delhi Avenue. I'm Dave Mitchell along with Dan Benjamin. We're at halftime of this afternoon's ball game between the Mount St. Joseph Lions and the Bluffton Beavers, and we'll take a look at all the stat stories coming up in just a little bit here on UltimateSportsTalk.com. But there's a lot of Division I college football action going on, and here in Cincinnati, kicking off at 3:30, the Cincinnati Bearcats will be entertaining the Tulsa Golden Hurricane, and the Hurricane are coming in after a pair of tough losses to take on the Bearcats. They lost last week at home to Navy, 45-17 for their second straight league loss. They lost a 21-point lead in the fourth quarter during a loss at SMU 2 weeks ago. Cincinnati comes into this afternoon's ballgame ranked 21st in the country. They're 5-1 overall, 2-0 in the American Athletic Conference. The Bearcats' only loss, if you recall, is to number 5 Ohio State. They're coming off a 38-23 road win at Houston. Luke Fickell last week talked about this upcoming matchup with Tulsa.
It was our first real time going on the road. I mean, we'd been on bus rides in some close proximities, so it was new for us to load up and change up our schedule a little bit, and to go on the road in conferences to get a win is the most important thing. We were challenged. I mean, it was a different Houston team than maybe some people had thought, and switching in 3 quarterbacks and had some guys that had redshirted, but they still got a lot of talent, and they played hard and they played well. And we were challenged. We started off fast and then kind of lost the momentum of things and really went back and forth, and it was a lot closer game than maybe it ended up being. But I think it was great for us to be challenged like that so many different ways, both offensively, defensively, and in the special teams. Every unit had to come up big someplace down the stretch because that game was a battle. Javon was one of those guys that, came up big for us. Obviously having an interception, a fumble recovery, got beat on an early play on a deep ball for a touchdown. That sometimes as a young guy, people don't recover from. And that's what I'm most proud of Javon and his performance, is his ability to overcome that, not let it kind of crush him, not let it get him down, but continue to play, continue to battle, continue to have incredible effort. And when you do, great things happen. The ball finds him, he finds the ball, and ultimately you got out there with a win, and have the ability to move on now to a new challenge, and coming home here and then having a bye week the following week. We got to make sure we can really stay focused and have the attention to detail for this week, because it's going to be a unique challenge for us.
Hey, Coach, I know you were talking about Javon and obviously his Player of the Year award or honor this week, but just that whole defense. I know there's obviously, I know a lot more to it than just Javon. So what, in your mind, have you been most impressed with that defense, and where do you feel like it is overall as a unit?
Well, I think it starts up front, and our ability for those guys to play well up front, be aggressive, to create some havoc. I think we only ended up with 1 sack, but in our stats, we kind of come up with 22 havoc plays, which, is where those guys up front affect something in a different way, to really give us an opportunity in the back end, whether that's on the pass, whether that's on the run. So I think it starts up there, and those guys' ability to roll. I mean, we're playing 9 guys up there in a lot of situations, and sometimes, guys want to play more. And in the long run, the reality is that we've, kind of started this philosophy in camp that we really knew we were going to need a bunch of different guys to play well, so that, we could play at the pace we wanted to and with the effort we wanted to. So those guys' ability to kind of put the egos aside and not worry as much about the stats, because maybe they only play 35, 40 plays, but we've got 8 or 9 guys that are playing that many.
And you mentioned just being on the road, kind of changing up routine. I don't know if it did or didn't, but I was curious. Did you learn anything about your team having that kind of change, I guess, that from what you'd been doing the rest of the season?
Well, I don't know if we learned. I mean, I think you learn the most throughout the game, and that's when you're challenged like that. And if you didn't watch and see the whole game, then you might not have said, "Well, it must not have been as much of a challenge." It was. We never lost the lead, but the lead was in jeopardy probably 4 or 5 times, and each time we had to answer. Our offense had to answer 2 times where we needed a score, and we, maybe had given up a couple things defensively. We had an opportunity where we had to have a field goal and some big kickoffs from our special teams and punts as well. And then there was probably 4 or 5 situations in the game where defensively they had to have it situations, and in 2 of those we got turnovers, and the other 2 we made stops.
Coach, as you look ahead to the game against Tulsa, do you see any similarities between the 2 teams in terms of your approach to the game? I mean, both appear to be pretty solid on defense, steady at quarterback, and with the skill position players that can really help make you go. Is it appropriate?
They play physical. They play tough. I think 2 very good head coaches, so they've got programs. They don't just have teams that are one and done or are flash in the pan. So obviously they've done it for a long time. I think uniquely sometimes different. Last week we didn't know maybe what to expect when game day started with the quarterback situation and their ability to have a week off. We saw a lot of different things. Not as much hurry up and tempo as maybe we would have expected from Coach Holgerson and their offensive plan. This week I think we probably see a bit more of it. I think they'll do a lot of things to continue to spread the field, but I don't know if I would say it's very similar. Defensively they'll be a bit different from probably more of a 4-man front to a 3-man front. So I think as a whole in the program there's a lot of similarities, but I think offensively and defensively there's some unique differences.
Cincinnati kicks things off against Tulsa this afternoon at 3:30. We'll take a look at the rest of the Division I college football schedule for tonight, preview the Michigan-Penn State game, and go over the NFL schedule when we come back right after this.
The School of Health Sciences at Mount St. Joseph University is a proven leader in healthcare education. The Mount offers bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees in nursing, including a blended online RN to BSN program and the innovative MSN Magellan program. For nearly 100 years, Mount St. Joseph University has produced outstanding healthcare professionals. Learn more at msj.edu/health sciences.
Dave Mitchell, Dan Benjamin back here at Schuler Field. Another 3:30 games this afternoon in Division I college football. Number 2 LSU will be at Mississippi State. 12th ranked Oregon goes to 25th ranked Washington. SMU will be entertaining Temple this afternoon. Also out of the Big Ten, number 20 Minnesota is at Rutgers. 24th ranked Appalachian State will be at UL Monroe. Missouri, 22nd ranked in the country, goes to Vanderbilt, and 18th ranked Baylor will be at Oklahoma State later on this afternoon. In games tonight at 6 o'clock, number 13 Utah will be at 17th ranked Arizona State. At 7 o'clock, 15th ranked Texas will be entertaining Kansas, and the big game in the Big Ten tonight has 7th ranked Penn State in a whiteout entertaining the Michigan Wolverines, who are ranked 16th this week, and the CBS crew previews this evening's ball game.
Penn State's having fun, though. Only Wisconsin has allowed fewer points per game than Cam Brown and number 7 Penn State have, who finally got a road win over a ranked team under James Franklin Saturday. Now they get a visit from Michigan as we begin our picking. James Franklin's Lions have won with blowouts thanks to video game moves from KJ Hamler and by grinding it out with a swarming defense that's second in the nation in sacks, like in Saturday's W at Iowa. Michigan sacked Iowa 8 times a couple weeks ago, but unraveled late against Illinois. Gave up 25 straight points, thanks in part to 3 more fumbles. Can Michigan avoid the lapses and mistakes in Happy Valley?
You can't say that Franklin and company at Penn State have abandoned the run. Last week, they ran the ball 53 times. They know who they are, and that's what they do. Clifford, last couple of games, been about a 50% passer, so why not run the ball a lot? Now, you play in Michigan. Jim Harbaugh's 1-9 against top 10 teams. It's just a fact. They just don't play well right now against teams that are ranked, and I think Penn State's going to take them out.
Penn State had that freshman back. Noah Kane went over 100 yards against the Hawkeyes and looked great. Clifford has been certainly serviceable. Defensively, they're one of the top 5 teams in the country. I don't know that the schedule means that they're going to end up there. But in this game, the last 3 years, it's been a blowout by the home team. I think this is going to be a whiteout, an unbelievable atmosphere. I think Penn State wins, and I think they win big.
Penn State's going to win this ball game. It's going to be because of their defensive front 7. Robert Windsor, the defensive tackle inside, leading the charge against a defense with their 3 Big Ten opponents, 111 yards, 1.2 yards per carry. That's 111 total yards, boys. They do not let people run the ball on them in the league, and when they do, they can pin their ears back and rush the passer with the best of them. I know they got a couple guys BJ's really interested in. Penn State.
I'm interested in who you interested in, baby. You going with Penn State?
I'm going Penn State.
I'm going with Robert Windsor as well, because we've been talking about, what's his name, Etur Gross-Matos and Shaka Tony, those defensive end. But Windsor went off last week. 6 tackles. He had a quarterback, 1.5 sacks, a couple tackles for loss, a couple quarterback hurt. He was the main guy, and they've only allowed 1 rushing touchdown on the season. And you're right. The last 3, the winners scored at least 42 points. I think the Nittany Lions win. I love the way this Kane runs. They got a 4-man stable there at running back, but I think it's going to be Kane's job here going forward.
Tonight's game between Michigan and Penn State in Happy Valley will get underway at 7:30 tonight, and that will be on ABC. In other games tonight, number 1 ranked Alabama is entertaining Tennessee. That's at 9 o'clock on ESPN. And at 10 o'clock tonight, 14th ranked Boise State will be at BYU. Notre Dame has got the week off. As far as the NFL for this weekend, week number 7, it got underway on Thursday night when the Kansas City Chiefs, behind Matt Moore at quarterback because Pat Mahomes got hurt, still defeated the Denver Broncos 30-6. Tomorrow, it will be the Bengals at home taking on the Jaguars. In other games at 1 o'clock, the Dolphins will be in Buffalo. The Vikings go to Detroit to take on the Lions. The Packers will host the Raiders. The Rams go to Atlanta. Texans will be in Indianapolis to take on the Colts. The 49ers will go to the East Coast to take on the Washington Redskins. And the Arizona Cardinals will be in New York to play the Giants. In 4 o'clock games tomorrow afternoon, the Los Angeles Chargers will be in Tennessee to play the Titans. The Saints go to Chicago to take on the Bears. The Seahawks entertain the Baltimore Ravens. And on Sunday Night Football, the Eagles will be in Dallas to play the Cowboys. And on Monday Night Football, the New England Patriots are in New York to take on the Jets. Dave Mitchell, along with Dan Benjamin, will be back with more of this afternoon's ball game between Mount St. Joseph and the Bluffton Beavers from Schuler Field. We'll come back right after this.
It may not require a textbook, but it's filled with valuable lessons. It may not take place in a classroom, but it's an ideal environment for learning. It may not involve a diploma, but it can help prepare Ohio's young people for life. It's high school sports. High school sports can play a critical role in a student's overall education. In fact, studies show that students that participate in high school sports are more likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in their academic lives. If you think high school sports are only about competition, think again. Better yet, think about attending a high school sporting event in your community. You'll be amazed by what you see. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Dave Mitchell, Dan Benjamin back here at Schuler Field, where this afternoon the Lions are leading at halftime 28-0. And we have had just an outstanding display of stat stuffing by Cornell Beecham here this afternoon. He's got 170 yards rushing and 31 yards in pass reception. So he's got 202 yards in total offense here this afternoon and 3 touchdowns. There are guys that can't get that in 3 games, let alone a half.
Yeah, as Hop said in his interview today, he's a special player, and you got to get him touches. And the more they get him touches, the better the kid looks to me. He adds another dimension to this offense. For many weeks it was a throwing offense and then run second, but now I think it's going to be a little bit more equal. And when you got a kid like that who can make the moves he does on the field, it's pretty neat to watch him play.
Lions jumped out on top with 7:07 left to go in the first quarter on Beecham's 62-yard run. Spencer Dufresne added the extra point, and the Lions led at 7-0. They jumped out 14-0 with 3:18 left to go in the first quarter when Beecham ran it in from 4 yards out. That was a 4-play drive in 56 for 56 yards with 1:56 that the time expired. The Lions led it 14-0. Then with 8:05 left to go in the half, Beecham again from 8 yards out. Dufresne again added the extra point, and it was 21-0. And then with 1:54 to go in the half, the Lions extended the lead 28-0 on a 13-yard pass from Tomlin to Brock, and Dufresne added the extra point, and that's where we stand right now, 28-0 here in the first half of action. The Lions, as far as total offense is concerned, 326 yards of total offense here this afternoon, Dan, to just 74 for Bluffton.
Yeah, we talked about it in the opening session there that, we don't give the defense enough credit. The defense has been pretty amazing all year, but they were overshadowed by the offense early on. But, they've done their job. They hold people to 16 points or less, and obviously they've got a goose egg on the board right now. And they're just very physical and disciplined up front, and that's where it all starts, Dave. When you watch that D-line, Spence and Gavin had a great first half. I mean, they got two high-motor defensive ends, and when you don't get outside of them, it's going to be hard to run on this Lions defense.
Bluffton had to really rely upon Darian Greeley to carry the load for them today, but so far he's only had 9 carries for 23 yards in the ballgame.
Yeah, we talked about him being a nice little bowling ball there, and having that low center of gravity, but, when you start taking hit after hit, when the Lions have done that, they're a great team tackling defense, and when they've done that, I think that wears on the young man. And Bluffton panicked early, I think, in second series, came out, threw the ball, had a little bit of success, got about 20 yards on that drive, I believe, but after that, the defense has really dictated what Bluffton's done.
Well, it's 28-0 here, but in the other games around the Heartland Conference, Manchester is leading Franklin in somewhat of an upset, 10-7, a minute and a half to go in the first half. Rose Hallman blanking Anderson 42-0, 5 minutes to go in the half. And those are the only other 2 games that are going on in the Heartland Conference this afternoon. Second half action is coming up next. Mount on top of Bluffton, 28-0 with Dan Benjamin. I'm Dave Mitchell. We'll be back with the second half after this. Minutemen Staffing wants you. Currently, Minutemen has more positions than workers. Are you in need of work? Maybe a change in direction? Were you laid off and need money to tide you over? Minutemen can help you out. In most cases, on a temporary to permanent work assignment. Many companies have realized the advantages of hiring all their workers through Minutemen Staffing. If you have warehouse, forklift, welding, general labor, or any other kind of industry experience, give Minutemen a call at 513-579-0010 or stop in at 6600 Dixie Highway in Fairfield to fill out an application. We'll put you to work within 24 hours.
hours. We go the extra mile to make sure your new position will be the right one. That's what separates Minutemen Staffing from the rest. With more than 35 years experience in the area, Minutemen Staffing can turn your life around. We're proud that we're helping put Cincinnati back to work. Minutemen Staffing, located in Fairfield at 6600 Dixie Highway. Minutemen Staffing, call today at 579-0010. Minutemen Staffing is an equal opportunity employer.
Dave Mitchell, Dan Benjamin back here at Schuler Field. Lions are going to get the football to start this second half of action, and they are up 28-0 here on this ball game. And of course, they won the coin toss but deferred to the second half. And boy, I'll tell you what, Dan, you can look at this Bluffton situation right now and say this is a near must stop here in the beginning of the second half.
Yeah, you talked about last year, I believe it was, we won 21-7. I don't think we're going to have that letdown, but you're right. The Bluffton Beavers got to come out and have a stop on this opening series. Otherwise, this second half could get ugly and could get ugly really quick.
Iowa leading Purdue 19-10 in the fourth quarter of action. That game going on in Iowa. Oklahoma blowing out West Virginia 52-14. Clemson doing the same now to Louisville 31-3. Wisconsin over Illinois 23-14. They play the Buckeyes next week. Auburn over Arkansas 37-10. And Florida has taken an 11-point lead over South Carolina 31-20. Of course, Michigan playing Penn State tonight at 7:30. That game can be seen on ABC. And Dan's Notre Dame Fighting Irish are off today.
Hey, your Buckeyes had a nice game last night.
Yeah.
It was a close game until they actually took the field, I think.
Yeah, they left the locker room and Northwestern decided. You know what was interesting? I saw Northwestern's coaching staff in the second quarter. It was kind of refreshing. They were having fun on the sideline. They were actually laughing with each other. Not about the ballgame, but about something that somebody had said. You don't see coaches doing that very often.
Sometimes you got to, call it what it is, and the Buckeyes were just better than them. You can't sit there and argue that point. So sometimes you just got to be relaxed and have a little fun with it.
So here we go. Baumgartner will kick it off, and taking it in at his own 3-yard line is Troy Speakman. Cuts it to midfield to the 30, and he's going to be tripped up and brought down at the 34-yard line.
Boy, he might want to be put in the backfield. He hit that hole full speed. I love it.
He really did, boy. So the Lions will start 1st and 10 going from left to right across your computer screen here in this second half of action. And they lead it 28-0. Rose Holman on the horizon next week, and then in 2 weeks, right back here for the final home game of the season against Hanover.
Is Rose overlooking? They're down, didn't you say 10-7?
No, they're up 10-7.
That's too tight of a game in my opinion.
It is, yeah. Beecham off to the left-hand side of Tomlin. Receivers out wide on both sides on 1st and 10 from the 32, and Tomlin throws it into the middle of the field to Minor, cuts it to the near side to the 40, to the 41, and he struggles forward to about the 44-yard line, and he's got the first down after a gain of 11. Good to see Paul Minor back into the ball game after taking a shot to the ribs in the second quarter.
Yeah, I did a great job right there. Just a simple release to the flat area, and Tomlin just took advantage of getting the ball, letting him get upfield. He doesn't, they do remind me a little bit of the New England Patriots. They take what you give you. They don't force balls. I know Tomlin had a turnover in the first half, but other than that, he's played another great game.
1st and 10 for the Lions at their own 44. Trips out to the far side. Ball on the near hash mark with Pankey, the single receiver, out to the near side. Handoff up the middle to Beecham to the 45. Spins off a tackle to the 49-yard line after he put his head down. Flag thrown on the play at the end of the tackle, and let's see what that's going to be.
I think that's on somebody piled up there on the pile late. I don't know who it was, whether it was us or them.
Bluffton is signaling that the penalty is against the Mount, so let's see what it is.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 72 on the offense.
So the Lions get hit with the unsportsmanlike conduct. That's Jake Kaiser.
The dead ball spot.
My new friend on Twitter. I guess that proves you don't want to friend me on Twitter. You get flagged the next game.
I'm sure he'll want that back. He won't do that again. He just came in late, trying to be a little aggressive on his block downfield.
So that'll be at the end of the play. So it'll be 2nd down. Call it 20 yards to go back to the 34-yard line after a 15-yard penalty. 34-yard line is where the Lions have it. Beecham off to the right-hand side of Tomlin. Trips out. Now Beecham moves up to the line and in motion to the near side, leaving an empty backfield. Tomlin's going to throw it over the middle, complete on the play to Brock, and Brock's going to catch it at the 40. He coughed up the football, and Bluffton's got it back. He coughed it up at about the 40-yard line. Now the official from the side on the far side in front of the Bluffton bench is signaling that he was down, so it will not be a fumble, and the Lions will keep a hold of the football.
Well, I didn't see it there, but obviously Bluffton did and felt it was their ball. But nonetheless, the Lions get to keep the ball here. We got a penalty. It's going to be on Bluffton. I think one of their players has run their mouth at the official.
And we'll see. They are going to signal it against Bluffton.
Unsportsmanlike penalty, number 11 on the defense. 15-yard penalty.
That'll be against Antonio Crosty. Crosty, the 5'9", 178-pound junior.
Yeah, just what you can't have there, Dave. You got them back third and deep, and all of a sudden you run your mouth because you didn't get a call there, and now it ends up in a first down here at the 44-yard line.
Crosty's from my old stomping grounds, Worcester. He snuck away from the Fighting Scots to go to Bluffton. 1st and 10. Lions have it in their own territory at the 44, at the Bluffton territory, excuse me. Tomlin throws it complete to Beecham. Beecham at the 40, and now a flag is thrown back near Chayton Tomlin was, and let's see what's going on there. Tomlin got rid of the football and then hit the turf. Boy, we didn't have many penalties in the first half, but now all of a sudden this has become flag-filled.
This might be roughing the passer.
Roughing the passer against Bluffton.
2 costly penalties right there. I mean, we talked about how big this drive is, but, the Mount hasn't done a whole lot, but Bluffton really making a lot of mistakes right here.
There was just one penalty between the two teams in the first half, and now we've had 3 just boom, boom, boom here at the beginning of the third quarter.
Now, you want to say that's from them playing hard. It could be a little bit of frustration. You're 0-5. And, the things aren't going your way right now. You're down 28-0, so you never know. You just want your kids to keep playing hard.
So it takes it down to the 24-yard line of Bluffton after the 15-yard personal foul penalty, and the handoff goes to Cornell Beecham. He'll take it off right guard, and inside the 25 to the 22-yard line. That's a gain of just a couple on the play for Beecham. With the exception of the play where he lost about 4 yards, I think that's the first play that he's had less than 5 yards of gain.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Bluffton did a nice job. They put an extra man in the box on that one.
So it's 2nd down, call it a long 8 yards to go. Beecham on the afternoon, 12 carries, 178 yards. He's averaging just a paltry 15 yards a carry. And he's off to the left of Tomlin. Tomlin takes the snap. He's going to throw it over the middle. That's complete to Paul Miner at the 15 to the 10. Puts his head down and struggles forward to the 5-yard line.
Yeah, for Bluffton's defense, it's tough, Dave, right now. They got to pick their poison because no matter what the Mount does, they can't stop them.
We haven't talked a lot about it, Dan, but just how much pressure does it put on a defense when the Lions run receivers in and out constantly? They just brought in 3 new receivers in Kinhalt, Pankey, and Brock.
Yeah, they're all pretty similar, too, in those positions, and obviously Tomlin feels good about throwing it to any one of those receivers.
11:35 in motion is Murphy to the far side. Beecham to the right of Tomlin. Dropping back on 1st and goal from the 5. Tomlin's going to cut up the middle. He's got an open territory. He's going to run it in, and they're going to put him down at the 1-yard line, and he took a shot.
Yes, he did.
Boy, oh boy. I'm surprised they didn't give him the touchdown because it looked like from up here he was in.
Yeah, I think he kind of went down on his knees instead of going head first. If he would have went head first, that would have been 6 for sure. But he put it in the official's hands, but he's not short by much.
He is short of the goal line by about the length of the football. So it's 2nd and goal. Tomlin out of the shotgun with Beecham to the right. They're not going to give it to Tomlin again. They're going to give it to Beecham, and Beecham is going to be hit for a loss back at the 1. So the Lions, after picking up 4, it'll be 3rd and goal at the 1-yard line this time. Trevor Tomey comes in, and so does Paul Miner. So it'll be Tomey in the backfield now. Beecham is going out wide to the right along with Murphy and Pankey. Out wide to the left is Miner. He's got single man-to-man coverage over on the left-hand side. Tomey to the left of Tomlin. 28-0. Lions lead it. Pankey in motion to the line. They're going to throw the fade to Minor. He's going to go up, and it'll be knocked away and incomplete. That was a nice defensive play by Stefan Kozakowski.
Yeah, he did a great job. You know, he's undersized a little bit over there, but he stayed his ground and did an excellent job. Nice job breaking up the pass.
I spent 3 hours yesterday practicing that name, Kozakowski.
That might take me 3 months.
I had to because he's their leading interception man. He's got 2 this year. So coming in to attempt the field goal will be Spencer Dufresne. He will kick it away from the 8, so it's an 18-yarder, and that one is up, and it is good. 10-13 left to go in the third quarter. Your score. Now it's the Mount 31, Bluffton nothing on UltimateSportsTalk.com. Every week and every game is important as we reach the halfway point of the Heartland Conference season. Next Saturday, Mount St. Joseph heads to Terre Haute, Indiana to play the Fightin' Engineers of Rose-Hulman. Currently, Rose is in third place, just a game behind the Lions, so next week is the game of the season. If you can't hit the road, join me, Dave Mitchell, and Blake Watson, with all the action starting at 3 o'clock next Saturday with Rewind, and at 4 o'clock is the kickoff. The Lions are on the road at Rose-Hulman next Saturday, and you can hear it all starting at 3 on UltimateSportsTalk.com.
Mount St. Joseph University is the Catholic university on a mission to give education greater purpose. Located on the west side of Cincinnati, the Mount is dedicated to helping students become competent, compassionate, critical thinkers, ready to make a meaningful impact on the world. Nearly 99% of those who earn a degree from Mount St. Joseph University are employed, enrolled in graduate studies, or volunteering within 6 months of graduation. Discover your mission by visiting msj.edu.
Lions on top of it 31-0 after the 18-yard field goal by Spencer Dufresne. Murray will kick the football away, and back set to return is Dash, and he's going to take it in at his 14-yard line after the short kickoff. Dash cuts it to the right across the 20, and he's going to be hit and dropped at about the 24-yard line by the Lions. Adam Slusher with the tackle. Boy, has he really come on lately?
Yeah, he had, a couple games ago, he had a nice game here at home. I believe it was against Anderson. And, he gets his motor going as well on that special teams. He's been in 2 or 3 tackles on those kickoffs. So it's nice to see that young man get after it. And he'll stay on the field and play backer for us.
Yeah, well, he's out there right now at linebacker. Freshman out of Goshen High School. Coleman still the quarterback. He's got Greeley off to the right. Fake handoff, throws it out on the right-hand side to Markoff, and Markoff is going to be hit at the 25 and dives forward to about the 27-yard line. That's a gain of 4.
Boy, did they miss a hold on Slusher. Big 82, the tight end for Bluffton, literally just took him down.
So it's second down. 7 yards to go. Coming out to the left-hand side is Elijah Maxwell. Adam Duncan is out to the slot left. He's their leading receiver, but like we said, he has not even been targeted today. McLaren comes out wide to the left-hand side. Markoff to the right. Fake handoff. Coleman's going to throw it up on the right-hand side to Markoff, and Markoff beat Abel but couldn't catch up to the football, and it's incomplete at about the 40. And now a flag is thrown. Clear back in the backfield where it appeared the quarterback was.
There's a penalty marker.
But there didn't appear to be any Mount St. Joseph players there.
Yeah, I think it's going to be on, I believe it's 54 right here. I don't know if it was taunting or...
That's Nick Brokering. And let's see.
Yeah.
It'll be unsportsmanlike conduct against Brokering. That's a 15-yard penalty and comes with it an automatic first down. It'll take it out to the 43-yard line.
Not a very good play by Nick there, but, I watched that after play there, and I like what Spence did. He's like, hey, got to get him out. That's good leadership on that D-line.
So it takes it out to the 43-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Beavers. 9:21 left to go in the third quarter.
Young man just made a mistake. He'll be back in.
So McLaren will come out wide to the left-hand side. Childs, the tight end, is going to line up in the slot. They go with the diamond formation with Maxwell. Bunch formation out to the left-hand side. Greeley is off to the right, and now there's an illegal procedure flag thrown against Bluffton, and that will knock them back 5 yards. Boy, it has been really penalty-filled in this first 4 minutes of this second half of play.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of these have been on Bluffton. And, again, that goes back to, when you're 0-5, things start to go south, and they can go south rather quickly. And that's what's happened to the Bluffton Beavers here in the second half.
So it's first down, 15 yards to go as they move the football back to the 38-yard line. So again, Greeley stays in the ball game, moves to the left hip of the quarterback Coleman. And fake handoff. He's going to throw it out into the left-hand side, complete to Maxwell. Maxwell breaks the tackle by Williams at the 40, and he'll struggle forward out to the 45-yard line. So he gets the 5 yards of the penalty back plus 2. So 7 yards on the completion, and it's second down 8.
Boy, Williams come flying up there, Dave. I think if he'd have turned his head, he might have had a chance to pick that off.
A 7-yard gain.
Ball right out to the 45-yard line. 8:55 and running left to go in the third quarter. Next week we'll be at Terre Haute. When's your first game?
We are November 16th at home against Muskegon.
Okay. Second down, 8 yards to go. We're going to be doing more girls games this year.
That's good.
Second down, 8 yards to go. Fake handoff, Greeley. Coleman drops back, now rolls to the right. Boy, a lot of holding going on, but no call. Throw over the middle, complete to Childs. He's got the first down in Mount Territory at the 45-yard line. 10 yards on the reception and a first down.
Yeah, I don't know how they didn't get a holding call there.
Holding or not, Coleman did a nice job of extending the play and giving Childs an opportunity to get himself open.
This is what they did in the first half. In that second series, they threw the ball a little bit more and had some success, but unfortunately they couldn't get the ball put in the end zone. So it stiffened up a little bit.
Bluffton in Mount Territory, 1st and 10 at the Lions' 45-yard line. Greeley moves to the right side of Coleman now. Ball in the far hash mark. Fake handoff. Coleman is going to be hit as he throws it upfield, and it is incomplete. Tried to go to Markoff, but Noah Abel was right there with coverage, and boy, Coleman took a shot.
Yes, he did.
Looked like Noah Hammond that got in there and got him. No, it was Gavin Brennan. I'm sorry.
He's had a heck of a game. We called his name quite a bit. He does a nice job over at the right end, but let's talk about Abel making great coverage down there. I mean, he's hip to hip with that. I believe it was the tight end, and didn't even get a chance to get the ball there.
I'm really surprised that Coleman is still in the ball game.
Well, I think he has no choice. They may not have another quarterback.
They had Zach Nobis warming up in the first half, but he has not even seen the field yet. Second down 10. Handoff goes to Greeley right up the middle. He's going to be stopped up at the 45. Ball loose on the play, and it looks like Bluffton has gotten back up on top of it. And it'll be a 2-yard loss all the way back to the 48-yard line and bring up third down and 13.
Boy, what a job. The Lions are flying around the field being physical today, and that's good to see.
Yeah, if you've got postseason aspirations, Dan, you've got to be physical.
Yeah, no doubt. We got to stay healthy, got to stay physical, got to stay focused. Those are things Coach Opp will bring up after this game. And they did a great job so far in this game, staying focused on playing against the Bluffton Beavers here.
Third down, 13 yards to go for Bluffton. Coleman out of the shotgun with Greeley off to the right. Drops back. Coleman, heavy rush, throws it out to the right side and way overthrew Markoff. Markoff cut it in, and Coleman threw it to the sideline.
We had a little pressure coming in from our linebacker. I didn't catch the number. I thought maybe it was 34. Is that Nate Stone? I believe it was Nate Stone that came in off that right edge and got in the face of Coleman and rushed that throw just a little bit.
So it's fourth down, 13 yards to go from the 48-yard line in Mount Territory. 7 minutes and stopped on the clock. 31-0 Mount on top of it. Speakman back to his own 10. Baumgartner has been one of the few bright spots for Bluffton today, and he gets another end-over-end kick that Speakman will take in at his 12-yard line. Boy, he called a fair catch and then just kind of skipped his way up the field. It almost looked like he was taking off.
Yeah, he's lucky he didn't get flagged for that, but he's also lucky that nobody hit him.
So with 6:51 remaining to go in this third quarter, it's 31-0 Mount. Next 2 weeks are the most important weeks in the season for the Lions. Rose-Hulman next week and Hanover the week after.
Get a little separation with Rose-Hulman. Get that W on the road. Come back here and finish off the
hopefully a
win against Hanover.
Home season. Yep. Tomlin, empty backfield. Receivers out wide on both sides. Dropping back on 1st and 10 from the 14. Gets it off to Beecham on the right side at the 20. And he's going to spin forward and go out to about the 23-yard line. He's close to a first down. And they're going to give it to him. That'll be a first down as the side judge signals the first down, and Bluffton has got a man down on the field. So there's a timeout on the field, 6:34 left to go. When we return, it's 1st and 10 for the Lions. Your score, Mount 31 and Bluffton nothing. Minutemen Staffing in Cincinnati has been helping companies large and small meet their production challenges for over 35 years. What makes Minutemen Staffing different? The people. Minutemen Staffing has learned never to take a customer for granted. We feel a sense of honor and humility giving you an opportunity to work. Learn what sets us apart from the other staffing agencies. Minutemen Staffing, located in Fairfield at 6600 Dixie Highway. Minutemen Staffing. Call today, 579-0010. Life should be enjoyed, so get up and start. At Iron Sharpens Iron Personal Training, they develop a healthy relationship with you and provide a positive, encouraging environment to train. The staff at Iron Sharpens Iron will set up a personal training system that fits you and you alone. And your first session is free. Are you ready to have fun and get in shape? Iron Sharpens Iron serves the greater Cincinnati area. Check them out at isi-pt.com. That's isi-pt.com. Or call them today at 513-748-1538. Well, Leandre Dean, a linebacker, junior from Withrow High School here in Cincinnati, was the man that was down for Bluffton, but he is up and will walk off with the aid of the trainer. And it will be first down for the Lions, 1st and 10 from their own 23-yard line. 6:31, clock stops on the injury. And handoff goes to Elijah Bugg, and Elijah Bugg will take it out near the 23, and he's going to be stopped up right there trying to take it around the left end.
Just not much there on that one. That's the first carry, I think, for Bugg of the afternoon. So just getting a little change of pace here. He's got Beecham out of the backfield more often on this series and seeing if they can get this ball downfield. I'm sure they're going to start throwing a little bit more here, Dave.
Well, unfortunately for Bugg, he's kind of the same running back that Beecham is. And they like to get that change of pace when Beecham comes out. They like to put Williamson, who's out today, and Trevor Tomey in there to give you more power, and that kind of leaves Bugg on the sideline. Now he'll line up right behind Tomlin out of the pistol on 2nd down and 9. Fake handoff. Tomlin is going to be hit, and the ball is going to be loose, and let's see who is going to come down with it. Looks like Bluffton may have intercepted it, but one of the offensive linemen for the Mount came in to try to knock it away, and it will be an interception for Bluffton, and they've got it 1st and 10 at the Lions' 15.
Yeah, just the first time I think all year we've seen the O-line break down and not get their blocks, and Tomlin got blindsided by the left defensive end, and that ball went up in the air.
I didn't catch who made the interception on the play, but nonetheless, Bluffton has the football. Dana Shoulders is the man John Boyd. John Boyd III is the man that they're going to give credit for the interception. This Bluffton team is just full of juniors.
Yeah, let's see what the defense can do here right now. They're in the red zone for the first time all day, and let's see if they can hold them to a field goal attempt.
Ball at the 17-yard line of the Mount. Coleman going from right to left. Moves Rash now, who's into the ball game at running back, to his left. Fake handoff to Rash. Now Coleman steps up. He's going to throw it into the right flat to Rash. Breaks a tackle at the 11, and he's going to be spun down at about the 10-yard line. That'll be a gain of 7. 2nd down, 3 yards to go for a Beaver first down.
It's a nice little catch by Rash. He made a nice move, again, catching that ball and avoiding the contact by the safety, and he got upfield for, like you said, a 7-yard gain.
So to bring up 2nd down, about 3 yards to go. Coming out wide to the left-hand side for Bluffton is Duncan. Childs lines up slot left. Now moving off to the right is Dash. Markoff is out to the right-hand side. Ball on the far hash mark. Coleman looks into the end zone. He's got Markoff, and he overthrew everybody way badly into the track off that right corner of the back of the end zone.
Yeah, Noah Abel's out there. He wasn't getting anything on him on that play. That's a good decision by him throwing that out of the end zone.
Boy, Noah Abel, when he's got his clamp down defense down, it is really smothering.
He's got to be one of the best in the ACAC. There's no doubt.
4:36 remaining to go in this third quarter. 31-0 Mount. Play clock down to 15, and Bluffton just breaking the huddle. Now it's down to 10. Rash to the right of Coleman. Now moves off to the right-hand side again. A couple more steps, Rash does. Dropping back on 3rd and 4. Coleman, good protection. Now he's going to be hit as he throws it into the flat, complete to Markoff at the 5. He's got the first down inside the 5 at the 4.
He wanted the running back out of the backfield, but Spencer saw that at D-line there, and he ran with him up the wheel route, and that wasn't open, so he had to roll to his right and take what he could get.
Duncan leaves the football game, and in now is Caleb Heilman as they will go with a 2 tight end set. Coming in now for the Lions is J.J. Courtney at that nose guard position. They're trying to beef themselves up in the trenches. 1st and goal from the 4. Rash in the backfield out of the 2 tight end set. Handoff goes to Rash around the right-hand side, and he's going to be driven backwards and nothing. The officials aren't blowing the whistle, and wow, they let him go all the way back to the 25-yard line, but they're going to spot him up at the 5. But what were the officials doing?
I have no clue, and that was the head official chasing it. You know, obviously I couldn't hear if he had his whistle going, but he didn't signal that it was dead, but nonetheless, they gave him a nice spot back up at the 5. I thought he was at least near the 10 on that.
At least, yeah, they've got him now. They're going to spot it at the 6. And the head linesman is coming over to talk to Aaron Krebs, and the only thing he says is move the guys off the sideline. Boy, that could have been an injury-filled tackle. And now the side judge is going to blow his whistle, and Bluffton's going to use a timeout. 3:14 left to go in this third quarter. We will also your score. It's the Mount 31, Bluffton nothing on UltimateSportsTalk.com.
Every day is a great day at the Wishbone Tavern in the Delhi Plaza. The Wishbone Tavern still serves the best wings and burgers in town, but now they offer brunch on Saturday and Sunday starting at 10 a.m. And for your next event, use the Wishbone Tavern's party room, capable of holding up to 60 people. Contact Nicole for a reservation. With a menu full of fresh ingredients, hand-breaded appetizers, and a relaxed family-type atmosphere, your good time will begin when you walk in the door. The Wishbone Tavern in the Delhi Plaza, a proud member of the community, open Monday through Friday at 11, Saturday and Sunday at 10.
Dave Mitchell, Dan Benjamin back here at Mount St. Joseph University on Delhi Avenue here in Cincinnati, Ohio. 3:14 left to go. And taking a look at some scores right now around the Heartland Conference, Rose-Hulman leading 42-0 in their ball game this afternoon against Anderson. And Manchester is edging Franklin 10-7 late in the first half of action. Those games should have an update coming pretty soon. 3:14 left to go in the third. Coleman, handoff right up the middle. It goes to Greeley. Greeley coughed up the football. It goes into the end zone and out of the back of the end zone. And now a flag are being thrown. I think somebody from Bluffton may have just kicked it out of bounds.
That might have been on us. You definitely saw somebody kick it.
Somebody kicked it. I thought it would be Bluffton. I would think that the Lions would be trying to jump on it.
Well, I don't think he had an opportunity, so he just kicked it. We're going to get the call here in a minute, but I've never seen this in football. Where will that ball go back to? From the point of fumble?
It depends upon what the penalty is. If it's on the offense, then it's a safety. Let's check and see what it is as the official comes out.
Ball was fumbled into the end zone. That results the ball in there being a touchback. However, B had illegal kicking, so the foul on B will be enforced from the spot of the fumble, which was the 1 yard line. Half the distance to go, automatic first down.
Yeah, they kicked it back to the spot of the fumble,
which was the 1 yard line. They're calling the penalty against the Mount for kicking the football, so that takes it half the distance to the goal, which puts it at the half yard line. Why would you kick the football?
I don't know. I've never seen that. I told you in all the years I've watched and coached, I've never seen anybody do that. He had to have an opportunity to jump on the ball, but for some reason decided to kick it out of the back of the end zone.
So it is 1st and goal. It comes with it an automatic first down with 3:06 remaining to go in this third quarter. And now the official has something else to say. I believe. Nope, guess not. Looked like he was coming out to say something and then decided against it. Now The officials are blowing it dead. Now they've got it set for play, I guess. Here we go. So Coleman with Rash off to the right of him. Childs tight end right in that 2 tight end setup. Hand off to Rash up the middle. He's going to be hit behind the line, struggles forward, and they're going to mark him down just shy of the goal line. Right about at the line of scrimmage, about the half-yard line.
I'm not so sure he didn't have a touchdown. He reached out, but I don't have the luxury of looking down the line to see where his knee or elbow hits.
Yeah, I couldn't tell either, but boy, he reached out. He definitely had the ball in the end zone, but the official from the side came in and said he was down prior to putting the ball into the end zone.
This is a big touchdown for Bluffton. You've got to get some points on the board here, down 31-0.
So again, the 2 tight end set. Rash moves off to the left of Coleman. Now Childs moves in motion to the near side. Flag down on the play. Handoff goes to Rash, and he is in for the score, but there's a flag thrown on the far side at the line of scrimmage.
Is this an illegal formation?
I don't think anybody was covered up on the tight end. When the tight end came in, went in motion, that might have been the penalty right there, an illegal formation.
That must be offsides. He's looking at Bluffton signaling. Penalties on us.
Okay.
Offsides, defense, number 1. That penalty is declined.
So the Lions were caught on offsides. The touchdown will count. 2:24 left to go. And Rash takes it in from the 1-yard line, and it's 31-6. Bluffton on top of it. Or, excuse me, Mount on top of Bluffton.
Been a very sloppy third quarter here on both sides, to be honest with you.
It has been. Inexplicably so. Baumgartner will come in to attempt the extra point. Good snap. Kick is up, and the kick is good. 2:24 remaining. We'll keep it right here. 31-7. Mount on top of the Bluffton Beavers here in this third quarter of play, and that one was just simply aided, Dan, that drive by Bluffton, by several miscues by the Lions.
Yeah, they got to get back in sync here, especially on this drive. I know they're trying to play a little conservative, up 31-0. You're trying to get out of here healthy, get ready for Rose next week. But now they need to, punch them in the mouth a little bit right here and go down the field and score.
Well, we really don't have any updates. No updates out of the Heartland. Manchester's still up on Franklin. Now they've got it at halftime, though, 10-7. I would think it's farther into the game than that. And Rose-Hulman blanking Anderson, 42-0. Boy, Rose, we cannot overlook Rose next week.
No,
you can't do it.
Nope. I'm very surprised that Manchester's beating Franklin there. Franklin's had a rough year, and if they let that one slip away, what a big win for Manchester.
It would be. So, kicking it off will be Justin Rupp. Rupp, number 46, a sophomore, 5'11".
See if Troy can take one to the house here.
He's out of Pettisville, Ohio. And Rupp will kick it off, and it's a high end-over-end short kick that Speakman will take in. He jumped up and caught it at the 17, cuts to the near side to the 25, to the 30, and he'll be drugged down from behind at the 38-yard line.
Should be a flag right there, some pushing and shoving going on after the play.
I'm looking at this roster that Bluffton has, and I know I've got the benefit of knowing a little bit more about the schools up in that area than a lot of people, but I really look at the schools that they're recruiting from, Dan, and they're not football schools.
Well, like you said, that area, and that's one of the things they got to do and change that culture, is go after those kind of guys that can really help them.
Yeah, I mean, you've got people like Hilltop and Pettisville. They're not exactly your run-of-the-mill strong football high school programs.
Well, we're a little spoiled down here, I'm not going to lie, in Southwest Ohio. We got a lot of great, football down here for sure on all levels.
Taking it into the middle of the line while we were talking about that was Cornell Beecham, and he was tackled after a 2-yard gain. Second down, 8 yards to go. Ball at the 41-yard line Mount in their own territory. Minute 49 left to go. Tomlin drops back on 2nd and 8. Looks over, looks to his left, looks to his right. Now cuts it out to the right to Beecham. Beecham breaks a tackle to the 50, 45, 40, stutter steps, and he's going to be brought down inside the 35 at the 32-yard line. The crowd is screaming for a horse collar tackle, but there will be nothing there, and the Lions have it 1st and 10 at the Bluffton 32.
Excellent job by the O-line blocking up front. Bluffton's starting to put a linebacker stance on the line of scrimmage, and they're stunting with him. They did a great job picking him up.
Minute 20 and running, left to go in the third. Trips out to the far side. Earls, Brock, and Murphy. Out to the near side is Pankey. Beecham moves in motion out of the backfield, and he'll come to the near side in motion, leaving an empty backfield. Dropping back Tomlin on 1st and 10. Steps up into the pocket. Signals into the end zone. He's got a man. That is Brock. Wide open touchdown!
We got a flag. They're going to call offensive interference here, and I don't think this is a good call.
Boy, Brock was wide open, and Cooper Earls is coming over to listen to the official. They're pushing him away. We got a man down for Bluffton near the 25-yard line. That man down is Ollie Moore.
I just think, Dave, as I watched the end of that play, that the Bluffton defensive secondary just ran into each other.
59.8 seconds to go, and the officials are still talking with each other. The head referee is about 30 yards away from where the officials are discussing this one. Austin Brock was just wide open, and now they'll come back and they'll tell the referee what is going on here. And obviously the way the Lions are talking about it and talking to the official, this is going to go against the Mount. And now the official will give us the explanation. Meanwhile, Ollie Moore is down near the 35-yard line. He's a defensive end from Warrensville Heights, Ohio. That's near Cleveland. And the referee will not give us the penalty call until evidently Moore is off the field.
Now, as you said, they're going to call it on the Mount. That's going to be offensive interference, which, unfortunately we don't have the replay, but let's hear what he's got to say.
I think he's just not sure what he's meandering around on the field like he's...
I think he forgot the number of the player.
Okay. And now Moore is up, and he will walk off to the sideline. He's a 6-foot senior defensive lineman out of Warrensville Heights, Ohio. And here comes the call.
During the play, we had offensive pass interference.
You're right. Number 2, that'd be Pankey.
Like I said, I watched that, Dave. I'm sure they'll rerun that in the film sessions the next day, but I didn't see him make contact. They just did a nice cross there at the end. And, unfortunately, Pankey gets called for a foul.
So that will move it all the way back to the 47-yard line, a 15-yard penalty from the original line of scrimmage. 59.8 seconds to go, and it will make it 1st down and 25 yards to go for the Lions. Trips out to the far side. Got a single receiver down here on the near side, and Beecham to the left of Tomlin. Ball in the near hash mark as the Lions are waiting for the play clock to get down inside 10, and it does. And now Tomlin will take the snap. Dropping back, looks over the middle. Flag down on the play on the far side. Pass is complete out to the 41-yard line. And now the whistles will blow the play dead. That's Kinhalt with the catch, his first of the day, and it'll be a legal procedure called against the Lions.
Wow. Very, very sloppy second half by both teams. And if you're Coach Hop, you definitely do not want to see this, coming off of a big lead and coming out here and not doing anything productive right now.
Lions so far in this one, 6 penalties for 61 yards, and 5 of them have come here in the third quarter. Meanwhile, for Bluffton, they've got 4 penalties for 50 yards. So it's 1st and 10 for the Lions, but it's knocked it back in their own territory at the 48-yard line. They need to get all the way down to the 22 to pick up a 1st down. So it's 1st down and about 25 yards to make it 30 yards to go. Boy, a lot of movement on the line, and that's going to be offsides against... No, it's going to be a legal procedure against the Lions.
we're just not in a rhythm, Dave. We're just not in a rhythm. We've got to get some calls in and let's get going and not worry about, getting the first down here.
Boy, Nick Murphy is talking with the side judge about that one, and Kinhalt came in to talk about it also. Not sure. I don't think they agreed with the illegal procedure penalty call.
Yeah, I don't know if the defense is barking out signals or not, It's very rare you got a wide receiver, complaining.
Kinhalt is out wide to the left-hand side. Murphy slot left. Brock is at the wing on the left-hand side. Dropping back Tomlin on an empty backfield. He's going to throw the ball over the middle, and he's got a receiver. That's nice. Kinhalt complete.
Fumble.
Kinhalt coughed up the football, but the officials are going to say it was down, I believe.
He definitely was down.
Nope, they're going to say it goes to Bluffton on the fumble recovery.
Wow.
Boy, that is not making... Yeah, that was not a good call.
That was a bad call, no doubt.
You can tell it by the sound of the crowd right now. Boy, oh boy.
He definitely had possession, and I'm sure if they had the benefit of replay, his knee's down, then his elbow hits, and the ball comes out.
So it's 1st and 10. Bluffton takes it over at their own 42-yard line. Down 31-7. 10.8 seconds left to go in this third quarter, and now Bluffton breaks the huddle on the sideline and comes out to the line of scrimmage. McLaren is out wide to the left-hand side, and Childs is slot left. Two receivers out wide to the near side. Handoff goes to Rash. Rash tried to go to the right, went to the left, back to the right again, and he's going to be brought down inside the 40 at the 38 by guess who? Spencer Kandra.
I think Schlosser was in on their initial contact, but man, what a great job by Spencer staying home, cleaning up that little reaction by the running back.
That'll do it for the third quarter of play as we head into the final quarters of stanza. There's your score. It is now the Mount 31 and Bluffton 7 on UltimateSportsTalk.com.
Decided a tattoo you had done isn't for you anymore, but you don't want to go through the long, tedious, and sometimes painful removal process? Now you can have it removed with integrity and zero judgment at Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers.
At Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers, we utilize ink analytics, our plastic surgeon-developed diagnostics. Our exclusive ink analytics system lets us measure your tattoo against more than 60,000 treatments completed by our team. Reviewing over 40 unique factors about your skin and tattoo, ink analytics is able to predict the number of treatments you'll need to remove your ink, taking the guesswork out of tattoo removal. Because we're so confident in ink analytics, we guarantee our results, which means if your ink is gone before 8 treatments, we will prorate and give you money back. And if your ink is not gone in 8 treatments, we'll continue to treat you at no cost for up to a year. That's the Invisible Ink Guarantee.
Located in Greater Cincinnati at 119 Fairfield Avenue in Bellevue, Kentucky. Schedule a free consultation today by calling them at 866-219-0672. Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers.
Well, Zach Nobis has come into the ball game now for Bluffton on second down, 14 yards to go to take over at quarterback. Nobis, a sophomore, 5'11", 195 pounds, and he throws his first pass out into the left flat to Rash, across the 50. He's at the 40, and he's going to be brought down on the left sideline by Peyton Lugers inside the 25-yard line. Well, they're going to mark him out outside the 30-yard line at the 32 is where he stepped out of bounds.
Just the same play that we run with Beecham. They did the same thing right there, just a little swing pass and let an athlete be an athlete.
Zach Nobis is out of Bryan, Ohio. He was actually the quarterback the last time Bryan had a good team.
What did you say? He was a sophomore, Dave?
He's a sophomore.
I don't know who was in the last series, if he's hurt or not, or coaches decided to make a decision to switch quarterbacks and give him a shot.
Nobis actually played quarterback, and one of his receivers was a second cousin of mine. Dropping
same
back
play.
Nobis, same play, only to this side to Rash. Rash cuts it inside the 30, flags all over the field, and he'll be run out of bounds at about the 25.
Boy, Slusher was upset, rightfully so. The guy grabbed both shoulder pads outside the frame and tackled him. It's the same thing. I believe that's their tight end. They've done that twice now, and he finally got caught on that one.
Boy, Rick Thompson's really having some words with somebody out on the field. Not sure. It's going to be a hold against Bluffton, which really brought up the Bronx cheers from this crowd.
Yes, it did. Everybody in the stands, if they had a yellow flag, they'd have thrown it.
Speaking of the Bronx, we're going to be there in about a month. I don't think you will be, but
no,
I will be.
I won't be going with you.
Maritime in the Bronx. Final game of the year. Regular season, that is. So the 15-yard penalty, or check a 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, takes it back outside the 40 to the 42-yard line.
Got to get a stop here. We got to change momentum somehow.
First down, and call it about 20 yards to go for Bluffton. Dropping back Novus. Novus now on the draw. He's going to hand it off to Rash. Rash across the 40, inside the 40, and he'll be dropped at the 36. That's a gain of 6 on that carry. And it brings up second down and 14 yards to go. Now Greeley's going to come back into the ball game, and Rash will leave. Rash is their second leading rusher on the year. Came in with just about 29 yards on the year. But Greeley has been the guy that they have depended upon to run the football all season long. But today he's only got 10 carries for 20 yards. Rash has got 9 yards on 3 carries. And Novus sets up the screen. It goes to Greeley. Greeley has got it at the 30, spins inside the 30, and he'll be dropped at the 27. He's going to be shy of the first down by about 6 yards after an 8-yard completion. It brings up 3rd and 6 at the Mount 27-yard line.
We almost got to treat Novus like the Anderson quarterback. He's not going to throw a whole lot downfield. He's looking for quick hitters. Obviously, they've run the swing pass twice, ran a draw, and then the screen right there with him. So we got to understand that on the defensive side and, tighten up what we got out there. We're getting upfield, but we're not getting to him.
Novus gets the play in from the sideline, and we're under 10 on the play clock. He's got Greeley behind him into the pistol. Now Greeley moves to the left of Novus on 3rd and 5. Fake handoff, throw over to the right side, complete to Childs. He's got the first down at the 20. Upended on the play by Noah Abel at the 19-yard line. That's a gain of 6 and another first down for Bluffton.
Definitely blown assignment right there. The tight end was out in the flat all by himself, so somebody did not communicate. We had nobody out there.
12 minutes and running left to go in this game. It is 31-7. The Mount on top of it. Next week is Rose Holman. Now, keep in mind, that is a 4 o'clock kickoff next week. 4 p.m. next week from Terre Haute. Makes it easier to get up and make that 2.5-hour drive.
Yeah, it's not a bad drive.
11:40 in running. Moving in motion is McLaren to the far side. Greeley to the right of Novus. He drops back. Novus looks out to the left. Now comes out to the right. Flips it out into the flat. And it is complete to Greeley, but he's going to be brought down by Julius Fisher at the 17-yard line after a gain of about 2.
Great job by Fisher making a good open field tackle out there. Got out there, didn't let the guy make a move, grabbed him by the shoulder pads and took him down.
So it's second down, 8 yards to go at the Mount 17-yard line. 11:04 remaining. With the Lions a comfortable 31-7 lead here on Ultimate Sports Talk. Greeley moves to the left now. Novus ball in the near hash mark. Receivers out wide on both sides. Play action. Novus throws it into the middle of the field, and it is complete and then dropped.
Abel came up and made a little contact to get that ball loose, but boy, that ball was floating. He did not have a great angle, but got there just enough to get a hand in on that play.
That was McLaren who couldn't bring the pass in. And it brings up third down, 8 yards to go.
I think in the secondary, Dave, we're respecting this guy's arm a little too much. Like I said, he's getting rid of it rather quickly. We need to get upfield a little bit more, make him hold the ball longer.
10:45 left to go. Clock stopped on the incompletion. Trips out to the far side. McLaren in the slot is Duncan. Now tight end left is Childs. Out to the right side is Markov. Moving off to the left is Rash of Novus, and he drops back. Novus looks over the middle. He's got a receiver. That's Childs, complete at the 13, and he'll be pushed out of bounds by Peyton Williams at the 10. And he's close to a first down.
Yeah, unfortunately for Peyton Williams, man, he got picked off by the umpire. You'd love to throw a flag there, but you can't.
He's going to be shy of the first down by about a half yard. He needs to get inside the 10. The ball is sitting just outside the 10. So it's 4th down and about a half yard to go for a Bluffton first down. And I think Bluffton's going to use one of their timeouts because Novus is not even anywhere near the line of scrimmage. And that's what Aaron Krebs is going to do. He's going to let the clock go all the way down to 1 on the play clock and take a timeout. And now he calls the timeout. That will be his first. 10-10 left to go in the ball game, and the Lions lead at 31-7. We'll take a timeout also here on UltimateSportsTalk.com.
You want to advance your career through education, but you don't want to disrupt family commitments or a busy work schedule. Mount St. Joseph University can help. The Mounts School of Business offers a Master's of Science degree in organizational leadership with face-to-face classes every third Saturday. The MSOL program is a multidisciplinary master's program that focuses on values-based leadership, helping you develop professional knowledge and skills with courses in organizational leadership and business. Learn more at msj.edu/MSOL.
Well, Dan, what do you do here? I mean, you've got the score 31-7, but Bluffton has the football, 4th down, about a half yard to go. Do you run it, pass it? What do you do?
Well, tough decision here for them. You know, you don't want to get out of what you normally do, but you almost got to go under center. Put the big boy behind him and give him the ball and tell your O-line, you just got to get a shove here. And you might want to think about a quarterback sneak. You know, let's see what they do. It's, you know, he may not be comfortable being under center. Sometimes you fumble that exchange. So but I think you almost got to power this in there, but I don't see the big running back in there.
Yeah, they've got Rash out there rather than Greeley, and they're going to go onto the shotgun.
Yeah, this makes it tough because, you know, they're going to give him an option read probably out of the quarterback.
Novus, they're going to line up in the pistol to start out. Rash is right behind Novus. Now he shifts off to the right side. Receivers out wide on both sides. Lions showing blitz on 4th down and about a half a yard. Yep. Novus is going to throw the ball. Throws it into the flat to Childs, complete. He's got it at the 5, and he's spun out of bounds by Sean Sullivan, but he's got the first down at the 4-yard line. Gain of 5 on the play, and it's a first down for Bluffton.
That was just a single receiver's route there. I know he kind of looked off to the post route, but he was definitely going to the tight end.
And we're under 10 minutes and running left to go. Ball spotted at the 4-yard line. Bluffton going from left to right. And Novus looking over for the play call. They'll send McLaren out wide to the left-hand side on 1st and goal from the 4. Rash lines up right behind Novus. They've gone with that short passing game on this drive. They move Rash to the right of Novus. He takes the snap, looks into the end zone, throws a bullet to Markoff, and it's incomplete. Good coverage by Troy Speakman.
Yeah, great coverage. Actually, Troy was all over him. There's a little contact, but I think the wide receiver from Bluffton initiated that. That's why there was no call on that play.
Well, you got to be a little cocky to play the corner position, don't you?
Yes, you do. You know, you're out on an island most of the time, so you better be able to be a little cocky and have that swag to play that position.
9:29 left to go. Gavin Edmondson is checking out of the ball game, and coming into the contest is J.J. Courtney.
See if we bring a little pressure here on this young quarterback.
Bringing in the jumbo package defensively. Novus, the quarterback, 2 tight end set, drops back, looks over the middle, good protection, throws it into the back end of the end zone. He's got a receiver, that's Markoff, complete, touchdown, but a flag is thrown by the side judge on the far side.
Let's see if he calls offensive interference here or defensive holding. I saw contact there.
If it stands, it's a 4-yard touchdown pass for Novus to Markoff.
This might be offensive.
It'll be an ineligible man downfield for Bluffton. Oh, that's a killer.
Yes, I didn't see that. But, boy, he was paying attention. Obviously, he threw the flag immediately when the ball went in the air.
So that will knock it back 5 yards and bring up 2nd down goal from at the 9-yard line. Now the Lions will bring Nate Stone back into the ball game, along with Gavin Edmondson. Now Nate Stone will leave. They'll bring in an extra DB. Edmondson's really a DB and linebacker.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's athletic. Hopefully we'll bring a little pressure here.
McLaren out wide to the left-hand side. Duncan to the slot left. Childs tight end right. High snap, but Novus brought it down. Heavy rush. He's going to be hit. Then he's going to get himself set. Throws it under the right side to Childs, and it's knocked away and incomplete by Peyton Lugers.
There we go. That's playing good D right there. I don't know who came up the middle. Who was that? 62?
Looked like David Guck.
Yeah, Guck came up the middle and got pressure on him, forced him out of the pocket, and he eluded one tackler, but we had great coverage downfield there.
So 9:15 remaining to go in the ball game. Clock stops, brings up 3rd down and goal to go for Bluffton.
Well, Rick Thompson, I think, is on it now. He knows he's got to get rid of the ball quickly, and bringing a little pressure there was great. Let's see if we can get one more quick stop here.
We'll go over some scores here in just a moment. We've got some updates. Novus throws it into the flat. Incomplete to Markoff, who was cutting over the middle, and he couldn't get it. Novus might have thrown it a little behind him.
Yeah, you're right, Dave. It was just a little bit behind him. He had him open. The safety didn't react quick enough on the backside. If he would have, he probably would have had a pick. I believe that was Peyton.
2 scores from the Heartland. Manchester still leading Franklin with 11 minutes to go in that game, 16-14.
Wow.
And Rose-Hulman continuing to blank Anderson, 45-0, 6:09 remaining in the game.
That's shocking with Manchester, but good for them. Hopefully they can go on and get that W.
So 9:10 left to go. Clock stops. 4th and goal for Bluffton. And the play clock went right down to almost nothing, and that's when Aaron Krebs decided, I need to use this timeout.
Yeah, that makes it tough, Dave. When you're 0-5 and 0-2 in the conference, this kind of things happen to you. And as a coach, you try and get those bugs worked out. But 0-5, there's a reason why you're 0-5. They just don't look very sharp at all today.
Cincy right now on top of Tulsa, down near Clifton, 3-0. Oregon and Washington, no score. Clemson defeated Louisville this afternoon 45-10. Purdue lost to Iowa 26-20. Florida beat South Carolina 38-27. It was Auburn 51, Arkansas 10. And Wisconsin, guess what, folks? They went down.
Oh,
Wisconsin, number 6 in the country, upset 24-23. By Illinois. Lovie Smith, the biggest win of his career at Illinois.
Absolutely. So when we come back, I'm going to have to ask you, does that hurt the Big Ten?
Boy. Well, it still puts the highlight on next Saturday's game because Wisconsin's going to need that one going in against Ohio State.
Very true.
9:10 left to go. It is 4th down goal from the 9-yard line for Bluffton. Here we go. Dropping back. Novus. Fake handoff on play action. He's going to throw it into the end zone. He's got a receiver complete. Markoff touchdown. And Markoff immediately looked back at Speakman, and Speakman tapped him on top of the helmet and said, nice move, young man.
Yes, he did. You got to give Troy a little credit there not to get frustrated, but, he got burned on a double move, and that was just a good move.
So that makes it 31-13 with 9:05 left to go in this 4th quarter of play. Baumgartner in to attempt the extra point. Got a good snap. Kick is up, and the kick is straight through the uprights. 9:05 left to go in this ball game. Your score now from Schuler Field. Mount St. Joseph 31, Bluffton 14 on UltimateSportsTalk.com.
Every day is a great day at the Wishbone Tavern in the Delhi Plaza. The Wishbone Tavern still serves the best wings and burgers in town, but now they offer brunch on Saturday and Sunday starting at 10 a.m. And for your next event, use the Wishbone Tavern's party room, capable of holding up to 60 people. Contact Nicole for a reservation. With a menu full of fresh ingredients, hand-breaded appetizers, and a relaxed family-type atmosphere, your good time will begin when you walk in the door. The Wishbone Tavern in the Delhi Plaza, a proud member of the community, open Monday through Friday at 11, Saturday and Sunday at 10.
So Bluffton scores here, makes it 31-14, 9:05 left to go in the ball game. And as we told you, Wisconsin went down to defeat this afternoon, 24-23 to Illinois. And you know what, Dan, you're probably right. That is not good news for Ohio State next week.
Yeah, if you're the Buckeyes, you want to beat them and not have them lose to an unranked Illinois team. But nonetheless, like you said, the Buckeyes got to go out next weekend and do their job and win the game and let the chips fall where they may.
Well, the Lions are expecting an onside kick here from Baumgartner. They have sent back set to return Lee Bennett, a DB freshman from Gahanna Lincoln High School. And Baumgartner will approach the football, and he is going to squib it. A high end-over-end kick that Speakman will take in at the 31 to the 35-40, up the near side to the 50, and he's got one man to beat. That's Baumgartner at the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown!
Oh, my. Dave, that young man was not going to fair catch that ball because of getting burnt on the end zone.
Wow. Speakman takes it in for the touchdown on the return. That's his first touchdown return. Now the officials are going to talk to each other. What are they going to talk about? Maybe the fact that Speakman held the football out. What are they calling? Now they're going to come down and talk to...
Are they saying he's signaling a fair catch?
What?
I don't know. This is a curious call.
Let's see what the official says.
Maybe it's after the touchdown. Yep. Now that flag was actually about the 50, so I'm assuming they're going to call this on Bluffton.
Here's the call. Touchdown.
Yeah, sideline interference. 15-yard unsportsmanlike on the Mount St. Joe. That penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
What was the call?
I'm not so sure. I think sideline interference is what he called.
But you got to throw a sideline warning first.
Well, I'm not a referee. Otherwise, yeah. Anytime you got a sideline interference, becomes an unsportsmanlike conduct and doesn't affect the play.
And Dufresne is going to put it up, and it is through. 8:54 left to go. We're going to keep it right here, 38-14, because I want to debate that.
I agree. I'm with you, but that was a live play there right in front of their sideline. So, it's a judgment call on the official's part. But sometimes when you get that reputation.
Well, here's the thing. Last week against Manchester, and I even asked him about it in the pregame interview, Hopperton on Sullivan's interception return for a touchdown was hit with a sideline warning on the play because he basically ran into the official who was running in. Now, that's a warning. You throw the flag, you issue the warning. We have not had a sideline warning in this game yet.
I don't think we have, but, again, I think that might be a judgment call. I don't know. To be honest with you, Dave, we have rule changes every year, and sometimes I scratch my head and go, why?
So it'll be a 15-yard penalty assessed against the Mount on this kickoff. So instead of them kicking it off from the 35, they'll kick it away from the 20, going right to left. And Ryan Murray, we're going to get to see him air out his right leg.
Done that quite a bit today.
So
I'd be curious to see what the time of possession is this second half.
Murray will approach the football. Low line drive kick that'll be taken in by Rash at the 25 to the 30. Just stutter stepping across the 35 to the 40, and he'll be dropped at the 44-yard line. So 8:46 left to go in the ball game. The Mount with a 38-14 lead. And Bluffton has the football first and 10 from their own 44.
Definitely has not been the half that the Mount wanted to come out and play, but you find yourself up 38-14. Got to be happy with that, but they got to learn to finish this game because let's be honest, Bluffton is not a very good football team. You got to learn to finish, and we had way too many mistakes in the second half.
Well, if there is one question mark about this Mount team, it is the fact that they do go into periods of time where they seem to lose focus.
Yes, you can see that. And that's one thing they got to brush up. They want to be a top 25 team in the country.
Nobis hands off to Rash, and Rash is going to take it across the 45 out to the 47-yard line. That's a gain of 3 on the play. Brings up 2nd and 7. Coming in for the tackle for the Lions was Nick Brokery.
Yeah, Nick did a great job holding on there because if he doesn't, he breaks that and he might take that to the house. But seeing a little bit more pushing and shoving on both sides right now. We got to maintain our composure and finish this game up.
So it's 2nd down, 7 yards to go. Lions with that 4-3 defense. Drop back in a cover 2 with it. Nobis takes the snap, hand off to Rash. Rash right up the middle to the midfield stripe and dives forward to the 49-yard line in Mount territory. That's a gain of 4 on the play and brings up 3rd down, 7 yards to go. Next week, Anderson will be at Bluffton. Defiance goes to Franklin. Manchester will be at Hanover, and as we've told you all day long, we will be in Rose taking on the Fighting Engineers. So everybody in the Heartland next week will be playing a conference game.
It's a big conference weekend for us. We got to go up there and get that W, as you said, and not easy to go to Rose Holman and get that.
Score coming up after this play. Novus is going to keep it. He's going to run it across the 45 and down to the 41-yard line. He's got the first down after a gain of 8 on the play. Nice play by Novus. Boy, he was a play action and just decided to tuck it under and run it.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that's what he wanted to do, but boy, he had a guy in his face, and he had to tuck it, like you said, and take off running, and Slusher does a great job making the tackle downfield.
Manchester has just extended their lead on Franklin with 4:43 remaining, 23-14.
The upset making right there. I like that.
Rose-Hulman 45, Anderson nothing. That's a final. That game is over. 6:50 and running left to go here. Again, the Lions in that 4-3 defense. 1st and 10 from the 42. Dropping back is Novus, and he threw it right into the outstretched hands of Gavin Brennan. And Brennan, he might have been gone.
Well, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, Dave. If he runs like me, he's playing D-line, he ain't going to be gone. But, boy, he wants that back. He's had a heck of a game.
Well, that was right in his paws, and I'll tell you one thing. If he'd have been lumbering towards the end zone, the earth would shake.
They're getting smart up front, though. We brought pressure a couple times. We realized that he cannot throw the ball down the field. And, he's basically getting rid of it within 3 seconds. And Gavin read that one and almost had himself an interception.
2nd and 10 from the 41. Dropping back Novus. Novus fakes to the left. Now he's going to throw it to the right. He's got Markoff. It's hanging up, and Markoff got it in his hands and almost knocked it into the outstretched arms of Troy Speakman, but it fell incomplete.
That's what I was talking about. 2 seconds, he got rid of the ball. He just threw that up. We had double coverage there, and we almost get a pick out of it.
Brings up 3rd down, 10 yards to go for a Bluffton first. Lions come in with their dime package. And they bring in Nick Brokering again at that nose tackle spot. So they'll go with a 3-5 look.
Might want to be aware of a little draw or screen here. They're going to go for it on 2 downs no matter what.
6:35 left to go in the ball game. Lions lead at 38-14. Greeley, now they move a man in motion to the far side. They run the jet sweep to Maxwell, and he's going to be hit and dropped at the 35, spins out of the tackle, but only gets forward to the 34. That's a gain of 7, brings up 4th down and 3 yards to go.
Boy, I talked about Gavin being a high-motor defensive end. He got in on that hit downfield. He got a little assist there, but boy, did he lay a lick on him when he spun.
So it's 4th and 3 for Bluffton. They have no timeouts left, remember, and the clock is going to hit 6 minutes before they snap this ball. Markoff comes out wide to the right on 4th and 3 from the Lions' 34-yard line. Play clock down to 10. Greeley moves to the left of Novus. Now Novus takes a snap, a couple of steps back, throws over the middle. He's got a receiver. Incomplete. Coming over the top is Noah Abel for the knockdown.
That back judge was reaching in his pocket briefly there, but boy, if he'd have called that one, I think Hopperton would have went crazy because that was good coverage.
Noah Abel coming over the top to knock the pass away, so the Lions get the football back on downs, 1st and 10 from their own 34-yard line, and let's see who they've got in a quarterback. It will be Chayton Tomlin.
I would think right now they're not, they're going to still run their offense here, Dave. Jayden hadn't had a chance to get in any kind of rhythm the second half, and I'd like to see him finish the game getting in a rhythm and scoring a touchdown here.
Cornell Beecham to the right, and they're going to flip it out to Beecham on the right side. It's complete at the 30 to the 35, spins forward to the 40, and he'll run out of bounds, and a flag is going to be thrown from the back judge on the far side. Beecham, they're going to spot him out of bounds at the 41 for a gain of 8. And let's see what the penalty flag is. That would be 260 yards in total offense today for Beecham. Tell you one thing right now, Dan, if he gets 300, I say he's the offensive player of the week again.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, in the second half, he hadn't had a whole lot of touches.
No.
But, he's definitely a special weapon.
And again, we have a conference. I'll tell you what, we've had more conferences today on the field than they've had in Washington in 2 years.
Well, that's amazing. You're correct. But I'm going to tell you right now, they're probably pulling their cell phones out and listening to us so we can make the call for them.
If I'm making the call, I'm saying pick up the flag and let's continue to play.
I don't know why we're taking so long. It's either a penalty or not.
Beecham's going to come out of the ball game. Austin Brock is in. Beecham deserves a breather, but boy, they're going to need to space him out. You hate to say that, but I'll tell you one thing. This kid is something special.
Blocking out of bounds. 15-yard penalty. Outside of the foul. First down.
What did they call blocking out of bounds?
Yes.
Boy, we have seen more obscure penalties today than I've seen in my entire lifetime.
I have never heard of that call before in my life.
Okay, so it's going to take it all the way back to the 26-yard line and bring up first down and about 12 yards to go. Wow. Well, make it a first down about 18 yards to go. I'm sorry. So Tomlin on 1st and 18 from his own 26. Trevor Tomey is in the backfield to his right. Beecham out of the ballgame now. Dropping back, Tomlin throws it over the middle, complete to Brock, and Brock will be just going a sit-down pattern and be dropped at the 29. It's a gain of 3 on the play. Tomlin, 23 of 32 passing today for 250 yards.
Yeah, just an off day for him.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, if you look at this thing and we're being honest about it, this has not been one of Chayton's outstanding performances.
And he hasn't had to be.
No.
You know, they relied on Beecham to do what he has done recently, and that's a good thing for this offense. I think that's going to make him more high-powered.
Moving in motion is Cooper Earls to the line of scrimmage. Now dropping back, Tomlin throws over the middle, complete. That's to Nick Murphy. Murphy out to the 38-yard line. That's a gain of 9 on the play, and it will bring up a third down and manageable 7 yards to go. Well, make it closer to 5, where they finally spotted at the 39-yard line. 4:35 left to go in the ball game. Lions will go to 6-0 on the season and 4-0 in conference play. This will be their 13th win out of their last 14 games. Dropping back, Tomlin throws up the right side, and it is complete to Chase Pankey at the 49-yard line in Bluffton territory. First down after a gain of 13 on the first down pass.
Nice poise throw by Tomlin. He took a shot at the end, but not a big shot. And Pankey does a great job going down to secure the pass and getting the first down.
1st and 10 at the Bluffton 49-yard line. 4 minutes exactly to go in the ballgame. Tomlin, handoff to Tomey. Tomey right up the middle to the 45-yard line, and he breaks it down to the 42.
I like this. They're getting a little bit of a rhythm, which they haven't done all second half, and if they can keep this momentum going, like I said, they need to put one in the end zone.
Gain of 8 on the play for Trevor Tomey, easily his best run of the afternoon. 2nd down, 2 yards to go from the Bluffton 42. Tomlin looking over to the sideline. Tomey stays in the backfield, trips out to the near side. Cooper Earls along with Murphy and Austin Brock. Now, Earls is going to move in motion across the middle, dropping back Tomlin. He's going to throw the ball deep. He's got Pankey one-on-one coverage into the end zone, and he got his hands on it and couldn't bring it in. Right at the goal line, Pankey got his hands on it, and it dropped to the ground.
I like the throw by the young man. You know, 2nd and a yard or more, not too much to go, and he put that right on the money, and Pankey could just not secure that one.
And it'll bring up 3rd down 3. And boy, the Lions have brought in a whole new bunch of guys. Elijah Bugg is into the ball game. Also into the contest is Jake Ayler. Ayler was the offensive scout team player of the week, so he's getting some playing time. Pankey is out wide to the right. Earls is wide left. Paul Miner lines up wing left now off the line of scrimmage. Bugg to the left of Tomlin, and now Caleb Carrill comes in and wants to use a timeout, so he will with 3:18 remaining to go in the ballgame. We will also. 3:18 left. It's Mount 38, Bluffton 14 on UltimateSportsTalk.com. Life should be enjoyed, so get up and start. At Iron Sharpens Iron Personal Training, they develop a healthy relationship with you and provide a positive, encouraging environment to train. The staff at Iron Sharpens Iron will set up a personal training system that fits you and you alone. And your first session is free. Are you ready to have fun and get in shape? Iron Sharpens Iron serves the greater Cincinnati area. Check them out at isi-pt.com. That's isi-pt.com. Or call them today at 513-748-1538. 3:18 left to go in the ball game, and the Lions leading it 38-14 here this afternoon from Schuler Field. Next week, we are in Terre Haute against Rose-Hulman. And Dan, you spotted something prior to that timeout.
Yeah, they realized that the Mount made all those substitutions at wide receiver and put Bugg in the backfield, and being 3rd and 2, the Bluffton Beavers defense went ahead and put 2 or 3 extra men in the box to take away that run, and I believe that's why we had to call that timeout.
Pankey goes out wide to the right-hand side. Ayler, slot right. Coming out to the left-hand side is Cooper Earls. Bug is to the right of Tomlin. Tight end left is Miner, and they're going to throw it over the middle, complete to Miner. Miner's got it at the 37-yard line. He's got it the first down by a yard.
Nice catch by Paul.
Miner with the reception. 1st and 10 for the Lions at the... They're going to mark it at the 38, but he still had the first down. So it's 1st down 10 for the Lions at the Bluffton 38, 2:58 remaining to go. Bug to the left of Tomlin, and they will hand it off to Bug. Bug off right tackle, and he's going to take it down to the 37-yard line after just a yard gain. It brings up 2nd and 9. Bluffton will continue to be winless. They'll be 0-6, 0-3 in the Heartland. And they have got Anderson next week. Should be an interesting ball game.
Yeah, that should be. You know, you got Anderson who's trying to build a new culture there, a young team, and then you got Bluffton right now, you know, going in there 0-6. That's going to be a little tough for them.
So it's 2nd down, 9 yards to go. Ball at the 42-yard line. Tomlin still in at quarterback. Receivers out wide on both sides. Handoff goes to Bug off the left side this time to the 35, and he'll spin to the 31-yard line. He's got a gain of about 6, and it'll be 3rd down 3. 2 minutes to go in the ball game. And Austin Brock will come back in. Paul Miner's going to leave. Chase Samples into the ball game now also.
Let's see if they take a shot downfield here. I still feel like Tomlin's got to get a touchdown throw here.
So it'll be 3rd down. And handing it off, Bug. Bug's going to take it all the way down to the 30 off the left-hand side. That's a gain of a yard. It'll bring up 4th down and 2.
Yeah, we didn't have very good blocking up front. You know, as you said, Bug got hit in the backfield. He didn't get much there, if anything at all.
Tomlin with just 1 touchdown pass today. We say just because he came in with 17 in the last 3 and 23 all total on the year. But he's thrown 2 interceptions. That's gives him a total of 3 INTs on the season. 4th down, 3 yards to go. Trevor Tomey into the ball game, and the Lions offense will stay on the field with 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Kinhall out to the left, trips out to the right. Tomey to the left of Tomlin on 4th and 3. Tomlin's going to throw over the middle, and it's knocked down and incomplete to Austin Brock. He thought he should have had it, but it was knocked away and incomplete.
Yeah, that was pretty good defense by the linebacker there. Dropped right in the curl zone, got a hand on the ball, did a great job. You know, nothing hurt 50 seconds ago, Dave. You know, right now you just got to not let them throw a fade or anything. Just play good football. They got no timeouts and get out of here injury-free.
Loudon Sawbeamer was the man who knocked that pass away and sends some of the crowd to the exits. But they have been thoroughly entertained here this afternoon by the Lions, and right now they lead it by 24. 1st and 10 for Bluffton. Zach Nobis is still in at quarterback with 50.2 seconds to go in the ball game. Nobis with Greeley to his right. Handoff to Greeley. Fake handoff. Now Nobis is going to throw it up the right side. He's got a man, and it is complete at the 42 to the 43-yard line. And that's Peyton Spurlock out of Urbana High School in Troy coming up with the catch.
Yeah, Novus just threw that up for grabs, and obviously their receiver had a little bit of a height advantage, went up and got it. And, you know, no knock on our defense. We got our seconds in there, but they got to get some reps here, man. They can't let them score.
Dropping back, Novus throws out again to Spurlock at the 35, and they'll bring him down inside the sideline. So the clock will continue to run. 5-yard gain to the 35-yard line. 15 seconds to go. Bluffton with no timeouts left. Nobis will take the snap from center. Drops back, 10 seconds. Looks to the left, looks to the right. Now he's going to cut it up the middle to the 30. This should be the last play of the ball game. He's going to slide down at the 27-yard line. 0.6 of a second to go in the ball game. Not quite sure why the clock stopped.
Well, it was a first down.
Well, I guess, yeah, it is a first down. I apologize.
And that's the game right there.
That will be the ball game. Your final score here this afternoon, the Mount goes to 6-0, and in overall and 4-0 in Heartland Conference play as they win it here this afternoon, 38-14 over Bluffton. Dan and I will be back with a look at the rest of the ball game and the stats and stories right after these timeouts.
Minutemen Staffing wants you. Currently, Minutemen has more positions than workers. Are you in need of work? Maybe a change in direction? Were you laid off and need money to tide you over? Minutemen can help you out. In most cases, on a temporary to permanent work assignment. Many companies have realized the advantages of hiring all their workers through Minutemen Staffing. If you have warehouse, forklift, welding, general labor, or any other kind of industry experience, give Minutemen a call at 513-579-0010 or stop in at 6600 Dixie Highway in Fairfield to fill out an application. We'll put you to work within 24 hours. We go the extra mile to make sure your new position will be the right one. That's what separates Minutemen Staffing from the rest. With more than 35 years experience in the area, Minutemen Staffing can turn your life around. We're proud that we're helping put Cincinnati back to work. Minutemen Staffing, located in Fairfield at 6600 Dixie Highway. Minutemen Staffing, call today at 579-0010. Minutemen Staffing is an equal opportunity employer.
At Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers, we utilize ink analytics, our plastic surgeon developed diagnostics. Our exclusive ink analytics system lets us measure your tattoo against more than 60,000 treatments completed by our team. Reviewing over 40 unique factors about your skin and tattoo, ink analytics is able to predict the number of treatments you'll need to remove your ink, taking the guesswork out of tattoo removal. Because we're so confident in ink analytics, we guarantee our results, which means if your ink is gone before 8 treatments, we will prorate and give you money back. And if your ink is not gone in 8 treatments, we'll continue to treat you at no cost for up to a year. That's the Invisible Ink Guarantee.
Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers works with integrity. Using the innovative Pico Way laser technology, Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers is on the leading edge. Located in Greater Cincinnati at 119 Fairfield Avenue in Bellevue, Kentucky. Schedule a free consultation today by calling them at 866-219-0672.
Dave Mitchell and Dan Benjamin back here at Schuler Field. I apologize. I was doing a little bit of quick math, but Cornell Beecham here this afternoon, 180 yards rushing on the ground with 14 carries. He also had 8 receptions, so he had 22 touches here this afternoon, Dan, in the Bears 38-14 win, or in the Lions 38-14 win. But when you look at this, he had 260 yards in total offense.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, Dave. And I think you and I talked earlier in this half. I think most of that came in the first half. He didn't see a whole lot of touches in the second half. But, got to give Hop and the staff credit to put him in a position where he's getting those 20-plus touches because obviously he's a big influencer on the offense. It takes Tomlin a little bit out of his rhythm, in my opinion, but that's just a matter of time where they'll be able to do both. Not the second half that the Lions wanted to have, but you got to be happy with the outcome of 38-14 and going 6-0.
Chayton Tomlin, as we said, not a normal Chayton Tomlin day, but nonetheless, get these numbers: 27 for 38, 285 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions.
Yeah, I think that the one interception was his fault, but the other one, they got pressure on him, and that ball went up in the air, and that that could have been incomplete, but the Bluffton defensive line did a great job in picking that, but like I said, that rhythm has to get back there. That last series, they did a nice job of moving the ball. I think they probably got about 40 or 50 yards on that. They really could have punched it in if they wanted to, but you can see they got conservative with the clock running out.
And he spread the wealth around to 6 different receivers today. Cornell Beecham, as we said, with the 8 receptions. Paul Miner had 5. Chase Pankey, 7. Austin Brock had 4 catches. Nick Murphy, 2. And Chandler Kinhalt with 1.
Yeah, and that's been his MO. He's done a great job all year long doing that. And when you can spread the ball like that, which, as Caleb and I talked, that's what the New England Patriots do, and that's what the Lions offense does, and you can't just scout one receiver, and now that you got Beecham in the backfield, you can't just scout the passing game.
Lions came into this game giving up 16.2 points per game. They gave up 14 here this afternoon. On the rush, they gave up 135 coming into this ball game, and when you look at what they did today against the rush, they gave up only 53. Passing, they came in giving up 145 yards a game passing, and in this afternoon's ball game, they gave up just 183. So total offense-wise, they outgained Bluffton 483 to 236. This defense, we say a lot about the offense. We talk a tremendous amount about the offense, and especially, Chayton Tomlin and now Cornell Beecham, Pankey, Minor, the whole rest of the offense. But this defense has been smothering all year long.
Yes, they have, and then they'll go up to Rose-Hulman. It'll be a little bit tougher test next weekend, I should say. But I've watched them all year, and they're very solid. They're very solid and disciplined. I think one time today I saw them break contain, but they hustled. The thing that impresses me most is up front, those guys get it done, and when they throw the ball down the field, those guys don't just stand there. They hustle down the field and get in on a tackle, and that's a sign of good defense.
Well, we'll tell you what else is happening in the Heartland Conference. We'll do that when we come back right after this final timeout. Every week and every game is important as we reach the halfway point of the Heartland Conference season. Next Saturday, Mount St. Joseph heads to Terre Haute, Indiana to play the Fightin' Engineers of Rose-Hulman. Currently, Rose is in third place, just a game behind the Lions, so next week is the game of the season. If you can't hit the road, join me, Dave Mitchell, and Blake Watson, with all the action starting at 3 o'clock next Saturday with Rewind, and at 4 o'clock is the kickoff. The Lions are on the road at Rose-Hulman next Saturday, and you can hear it all starting at 3 on UltimateSportsTalk.com.
Explore your nursing career options at Mount St. Joseph University. Built upon 90-plus years of experience in nursing, the Mount's nursing programs prepare professional and ethical leaders who promote holistic, evidence-based healthcare practices. The Mount's nursing programs are fully accredited by the Commission of Collegiate Nursing Education. Apply now at msj.edu/apply to begin classes in the fall. Mount St. Joseph University continues to be a proven leader in nursing education. Visit us at msj.edu.
Dave Mitchell along with Dan Benjamin back here. Let's take a look at the Heartland scores, and that Manchester game did end up Manchester winning it 30-21. Big upset, Dan.
That's a huge upset. Franklin's been traditionally a great program. I know they're down a little bit this year, and I believe that's their third loss in the conference, and they have not experienced that, I believe, lately. Is that their third or second loss? Okay, they're 2-2 right now in the Heartland, but that's unfamiliar territory for them. And you got to get Manchester a round of applause for coming out after the Mount took it to them and coming back and bouncing back and getting the W today.
Yeah, if you would have asked me last week at the end of that ball game if Manchester had a shot against Franklin, I would have told you no. Because I think Franklin probably still is the better team between those two. But, you look at it, Dan, and you say you still got to do it on the field.
Right. Sometimes, Dave, that's the tough part. When you really don't have much to play for and your destiny is in somebody else's hands and you don't go out there and do what you do, which Franklin didn't do today, it's hard to get up and play for that. Bluffton went through that for the last 6 games, and now they're 0-6. They're heading home. It's a 3-hour bus ride for them, and they don't have a lot of numbers there on the sideline, but they got to stay together. They're probably 10 players away from being a decent ball club and maybe being 500 next year. But you got to give them out credit today. Did a great job as always up front. I love watching the O-line and D-line get it done. And just another good game by the Mount St. Joseph Lions.
And next week's opponent, Rose-Hulman, blanked Anderson today, 45-0. That's the second week in the last 3 that Anderson has been blanked.
Yeah, when we had them here, I know they came in on an emotional high. They won a couple games in a row, but, again, a W is a W, but a couple of teams they played weren't at the caliber of the ACAC all the way around. So, Anderson's young, they'll get better, but, Rose is going to be licking her chops, waiting for the Lions to come there next Saturday, and I know Hop and the crew will have them up and ready to go, but, I really wanted to see us finish this game off. We needed another touchdown. We had a very sloppy third quarter and didn't do really good starting out in the fourth. Then we got a little momentum, I think, our second or third last series there, and that's good to see. So I think they'll get it going again next week, knowing it's a big game, and hopefully they won't overlook the Fighting Engineers from Rose-Hulman and look at Hanover, because, if you do that, then you're going to find yourself playing scared against Hanover.
Yeah, these next 2 weeks are extremely important for the Lions.
Yeah, it'd be nothing sweeter than come back home hosting Hanover and have the campus buzzing around knowing you can outright win the HCAC.
And elsewhere in the conference next week, Anderson will be playing at Bluffton, Defiance will be at Franklin, and Manchester goes to Hanover. Dan, another successful broadcast.
It was a pleasure.
We'll be talking to you in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
All right. That's going to do it for everyone here this afternoon. Our thanks to Dan Benjamin for joining us here today. Also to Blake Watson, the Sports Information Director here at Mount St. Joseph University. Steve Radcliffe, the Athletic Director. To Dr. James Williams, the President, for allowing us the opportunity to broadcast this afternoon's ball games. To Greg Mitchell, the producer of this afternoon's broadcast. And also to all of our sponsors today. But most of all, our thanks go out to you for listening here this afternoon. I'm Dave Mitchell for Dan Benjamin, reminding you once again the final score here today from Delhi Avenue in Cincinnati. It was Mount St. Joseph winning it here 38-14 over Bluffton. They go to 6-0, 4-0 in Heartland Conference play, and they will be back on the road next week in Terre Haute. Remember, 4 o'clock with the kickoff next week from Rose-Hulman. I'll be there with Blake Watson to bring you that one. Until then, for Dan Benjamin, I'm Dave Mitchell. Have a good night, everybody. You've been listening to an UltimateSportsTalk.com presentation of Mount St. Joseph University College Football. Today's game has been brought to you by Invisible Ink Tattoo Removers, and in part by Iron Sharpens Iron. Call now at 513-383-9773. The Mount St. Joseph University. Minutemen Staffing in Cincinnati. Call 513-579-0010. And the Wish